Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was Madara's grandson. Part 1. Madara's lineage did not end at the Valley of the End. His legacy lived on through Minato and into Naruto. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. In a remote location one could only see destruction. As the sun was slowly rising it showed two men, one standing and one seemingly dead. All around the battlefield were weapons, craters and apparently a large waterfall, no doubt created by the intensity of the fight. This place would later be known as the Valley of the End. The man that was barely standing had neck-length long black hair, black eyes and was wearing what appeared to be a worn red armor with plates going around the arms and chest for protection. The man was no other than Hashirama Senju, leader of the Senju clan and Shudame Hokage of Konohigakure no Sato, hidden village among the leaves. Why did it come to this, Madara? Asked Hashirama to himself, overlooking the corpse of his long-term friend. The now identified man lying on the ground had long spiky black hair that almost reached his hip, covering the left part of his face including his left pitch black eye. He also wore the same armor style. Lying on the ground with a sword impaled in his chest was Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan and co-founder of the Leaf Village. I'm sorry, but you chose the wrong path. Goodbye old friend, may you find peace in the afterlife, said Hashirama as he turned to walk away from the long battle he just fought. His head lowered in shame as he couldn't save his friend from his choices. Hush hush. Couple days later, unknown location. Hush hush. Oh my head. Where am I? Asked Madara, slowly opening his eyes. He immediately shot up and winced from the pain in his chest. Looking around he found out he was in a small wooden house. From the looks of it, it was a modest looking house, small, probably only one person lived there. Easy there champ, you got wounded pretty badly, said an unknown female as she approached him. Looking at her he noticed she had long smooth blonde hair that reached her waist, blue eyes and an oval face. She was wearing a brown shirt that easily showed her C-cup breasts and dark blue pants. All in all, standing in front of him was a beautiful young woman smiling at him. Who are you? Where am I? Asked Madara, being a bit weary to the female even though he was still weak from the fight. Well, my name is Namikaze Hanako, and as to where you are, we are in rice field country near the ocean, said Hanako, featuring a small smile that didn't go unnoticed by Madara. What happened? How did I get here? Asked an impatient Madara, trying to find out what happened since his memory was a bit fuzzy. So many questions, just lie down and relax. You got injured in your last fight and barely made it. You are lucky that I found you and brought here and healed you. There were times I didn't think you would pull off. After all, not many people survive getting a sword through their chest. Now how about you tell me who you are? Asked Hanako, taking in account that the man was probably a shinobi. I am the great Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan, co-founder of the Leaf Village, said Madara with a pride in being a member of the Uchiha clan. A bit full of ourselves, aren't we? Said Hanako, giggling at Madara and getting a glare from him. Are you a shinobi? Asked Hanako with caution, not knowing yet if he could be trusted. Indeed I am. I am one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, known only to be matched in power by Hashirama Senju, the current Shudame Hokage of the Leaf, said Madara, spitting the last word with venom. He still hated the Leaf and his clan from not following his leadership and abandoning him to follow a Senju of all people. You still got your ass handed to you, said Hanako, chuckling and going full-blown laughter as Madara was glaring at her and murmuring something about disrespectful and troublesome blondes. /N, maybe Madara was related to the NaruHis. Well, I am going out for some food. "Get some rest, it will take a couple months to get you back to full health," said Hanako as Madara was laying back in the bed remembering his loss to Hashirama but chuckling darkly as he remembered that he got what he was going for. 5 years later, rice field country. Many would have thought that Uchiha Madara was a cold person incapable of love or caring about another person other than himself. However, this couldn't be far from the truth. In the last 5 years a lot has changed, and although Madara wouldn't admit it, he has grown very close to Hanako, actually treating her like his wife and even abandoning his plans for revenge against his fellow clan members. "Maybe this is the peace I always chased," thought Madara as he watched the love of his life with her head on his chest. In past years he adopted the life of fisherman along with Hanako and left behind all the fights and wars he once fought. Hanako also got to know about Madara and his clan and village that he created along his long-life rival and friend Hashirama. She got to know about the life of a shinobi and Madara's Keki Genkai, the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the great Uchiha Madara would simply live a simple civilian life away from battles? "Ironic, as I always wished to die in the heat of battle at the hands of a powerful enemy," said Madara as he chuckled as he almost died at the hands of Hashirama. "If leaving the shinobi life is what it takes to be and make Hanako happy, I will gladly forget about my past and focus in the future," thought Madara as he drifted off to sleep embracing the warmth of her lover. Another 5 years later, rice field country. Another 5 years have passed and now we could see a happy Madara leaning against a tree embracing Hanako in his chest. Both glancing at the sea, they could see a 4-year-old kid trying to stand in the water. He had spiky blonde hair and bluest eyes anyone had ever seen. His name was Namikaze Minato, son of Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Hanako. Seeing their son trying and failing to stand in the water, both parents sighed, feeling happy about having a wonderful child and a wonderful partner that loved the other. Although Madara had abandoned his shinobi ways, he decided to train young Minato to defend himself should the need ever arise. Madara also explained him that he decided to give him her mother's name because the Uchiha were known and feared all over the world. He also explained him and showed him his Sharingan, saying that one day he would also wield it and that he should be proud of his heritage. A few weeks later, Madara was currently heading home after going into town to buy groceries. In the way home he felt a burst of chakra in the direction of his house. Even though Madara had abandoned being a shinobi, he still kept most of his skills sharp, never knowing when you might need them. Quickly rushing through the woods, his house came into a view and he saw a bleeding Hanako and young Minato trying to hold off a couple of rogue enemy shinobi. Without hesitation he quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and stopped just in time to block a sword that would have killed his only son. Activating the Sharingan, he just glared at the 4 shinobi in front of them. By the looks of them they were merely Chunin level. The AME shinobi, seeing the Sharingan glowing in all its power, the leader of group asked, "Who are you?" stuttering after seeing the Sharingan. The shinobi knew too well the power of that Keki Genkai and its clan members. "I am Madara, Uchiha Madara," said Madara as wind blew the hair on his back, giving him an aura of power that intimidated even the most powerful enemies. After hearing the name, the AME shinobi paled and took a couple of steps back at seeing that man in front of them, the legendary Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Madara activated his Susanoo and quickly killed the 4 AME shinobi without remorse. Looking back, he saw that Minato was passed out from chakra exhaustion. Approaching his lover, he looked at her eyes and his heart filled with remorse for not being there, not being able to protect the one person that mattered the most in his world, the love of his life. "Take care of our son," said a weak Hanako, giving one last kiss to her lover. She closed her eyes never to open them again. Madara just stood there frozen, looking at his now dead wife. In his mind he was getting flashes of the last 10 years of his life. In the last years all he got was happiness, only to get that stolen from him. Taking one last look at his Hanako, he made a decision that would influence all entire world. I was too naive to think this would last, too naive to believe the world had changed, too naive leave my plans behind. I will lead the world to true peace and happiness. I will honor your memory, Hanako. I will create a world made of love and happiness, and I will make sure that you will stand by my side. Thought Madara as he picked his son and jumped into the woods, leaving behind his former home. A month later, Madara and Minato were standing a few miles outside the main gates of Konoha. As Madara looked one final time to Minato. "Minato, my son," said Madara, getting Minato's attention. In the last month Madara trained Minato to the ground, bent on getting his son as strong as possible so he could keep himself safe. During this month of training, Minato had activated his Sharingan, quite a feat for someone so young. Remember, keep the Uchiha name and bloodline a secret from the village, but never forget your legacy. Even though I dislike the Senju, this village will keep you safe and strong. Never abandon your beliefs and fight for what you hold dear. Only when fighting to protect someone precious to you will you show your true strength. I am sorry to leave alone, but his is something I must do alone. Speak to the Sundame Hokage and tell him you are an orphan and wish to join Konoha. He will keep you safe. There may come a time when we will fight each other. Until then, good luck," said Madara as he started to walk away, leaving his son to a new path. "Well, I guess this is it," said Minato as he walked through the main gates of Konoha and said to himself, "I will make you proud too, son, and I will honor your memory, Ka-san." 20 years later, undisclosed location, outside of Konoha. Thought out the entire room and scream echoed. This scream seemed to belong to a young baby. The baby weighed 3 kilograms and had spiky blonde hair and pair of dark blue eyes. Pretty much a carbon copy of his father Minato Namikaze. "Congratulations, Kushina-san, it's a beautiful boy," said the nurse as she handed the newborn baby to her mother. The women in the bed could only be described as a red-haired beauty. With long smooth crimson red hair going all the way to her waist, blue eyes and ample D-cup breasts adorned her well-developed body. She embraced her son for the first time. "Hello Sokai," said Kushina. Minato turned to his son and said, "Welcome to our family, Naruto." Current time, undisclosed location, outside of Konoha. Rest Kushina, you will have plenty of time, said Biwako as she picked up Naruto for his first bath. Biwako is a woman with 170 centimeters, long brown hair trapped in a ponytail with brown eyes. She is around 50 years old and is the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sundame Hokage, the previous leader of Konoha. "How are you feeling, Kushina?" asked Minato, concerned with her loving wife. "Just tired," she replied. "Thank you," he said. When suddenly a voice unknown to both Minato and Kushina echoed through the room. "Step away from the Jinchuriki Yondame," the masked man said as he held Naruto hostage with a kunai at his neck. Biwako and the nurse lay dead in the floor. "Okay, just calm down," said Minato, frightened. Concern evident in his eyes. "Speak for yourself, Yondame." "I am perfectly calm," masked man said as he threw Naruto in the air, preparing to stab with the kunai. Suddenly, in a yellow flash, Minato grabbed Naruto as the masked man made his way towards Kushina. Buzzing was heard as Minato realizes 5 explosive tags placed in the blanket around Minato. In a burst of speed, Minato removes the blanket and teleports to his safe house. Minato's safe house, outside of Konoha. A explosion occurred as Minato is blasted away with his son in his arms. That man is no ordinary shinobi, said Minato, wondering just who the masked man is. He managed to separate me from Kushina. Teleporting to the Namikaze compound, Minato places his son on the bed, whispering, "Rest now, Naruto, I am going to save your mother. I will be back." Undisclosed location, outside of Konoha. The masked man approached Kushina and warped away to outside the house. Placing his head on her stomach, he begins extracting the Kyuubi. In a couple of minutes, a figure is seen erupting from her stomach and materializing in the air. There stood the nine-tailed demon fox in all its glory, with 9 tails swinging. With a glimpse, the masked man traps the Kyuubi under its control. The once red slitted eyes of the Kyuubi are now red with 3 black tomos, the Sharingan glowing in all its power. "Wait," said a weak Kushina, realizing what was about to happen. "Incredible. The Uzumaki clan is simply incredible. Not even extracting a tailed beast from you is enough to kill you," said the masked man as he commanded the Kyuubi to kill his former Jinchuriki. "It's only fitting that the Kyuubi kills its container," he said. As the Kyuubi is about to crush Kushina, a yellow flash is seen. Standing in a tree not far away, we see Minato with Kushina in his arms, bridal style. "He really lives up to his name, Minato." "Namikaze Konoha's yellow flash," he says, warping to the edge of the village. Minato flashed to the Namikaze compound, laying Kushina near her son as she embraces him. "Kushina, I going to stop the Kyuubi. Take care of him," he said, and in a yellow flash is gone. North entrance of Konoha. It was a warm, calm summer night in the hidden village of the Leaf. Lights were seen all around the village as the people followed their lives, unaware of what was about to happen. "Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu," the masked man said, slapping his palm on the ground, and his burst of smoke. There it stood, the Kyuubi, ready to unleash its fury upon the unsuspecting village. Suddenly a roar is heard as the Kyuubi starts its destruction. Swinging its tails and using its paws, nothing stood in his way. "Sandame, the Kyuubi has appeared in the north part of the village," said an Anbu as he bowed to the Sandame Hokage. "Yes, I heard it. Summon the forces and evacuate the civilians. He must push the Kyuubi out of the village and wait for the 4th," said the Sandame. Minato Namikaze is seen standing in the top of the Hokage monument, ready to go face the Kyuubi when he senses a presence behind him. Quickly ducking and turning around, he swings a kunai only to phase through the head of his enemy. Suddenly everything begins to become distorted as the masked man starts to absorb in a ripple-like pattern Minato. Before it's finished, Minato disappears. He flashed away to his safe house. Safe house. After Minato escaped, masked man. That technique, Minato said, pondering what he just experienced. "It's a space-time technique more advanced than my own. It happens it doesn't require seals, or I would have seen them with my Sharingan. It is best if hide my Sharingan under a genjutsu. I don't know who he is, but his chakra signature seems familiar." Suddenly a figure starts to appear just a few meters away from Minato. There it stood, the masked man, preparing to face the legendary Kiroi Senko, yellow flash. The man stared at each other, each one daring to make the first move. "Who are you?" asked Minato as he wondered who could possibly have the power to not only unleash but also control the Kyuubi. "My name is long forgotten and despised in the history of this village. I was once known as Madara, but you can call me Toby," he replied, chuckling at the irony of asking a masked man who he is. "Know I now for a fact that you are not Madara. Although your chakra seems familiar, you are not him. Minato said, trying to find out the masked man identity. The masked man simply stood there wondering how in the world could the Yondaime know that he isn't Madara. Something here isn't right. How can he know Madara's chakra signature? Toby thought. Both warriors dashed at each other in a battle for speed. The fastest would win. Minato simply throws his Hirashin, Flying Thunder God technique, kunai at Toby as it's phased through his head. Getting closer to each other, preparing for the face-off, Minato charges a Rasengan in his right hand, preparing to slam it into Toby. Toby is about to touch Minato, preparing to absorb him. Victory is mine, he says, and suddenly Minato disappears from his sight only to appear behind his back using the kunai he previously threw. Minato twists his body, slamming the Rasengan into Toby, vaporizing the area and marking Toby with Hirashin's seal. I underestimated him, Toby says, when suddenly Minato appears in front of him, stabbing him with a kunai and applying a contract remove seal to free the Kyuubi. Toby, seeing that he lost this battle, says, I will be back and I will get my revenge on the Leaf Village, as he warps away. Something tells me he wasn't joking and he's a Uchiha with a chakra signature similar to my father's. I wonder who he is, thought Minato as he gets up, getting ready to stop the Kyuubi flashing to the battlefield. Battlefield Konoha, northern part of the village. In the battlefield stood the Sundaime, leading the forces, trying his best to push the Kyuubi away from the village, when suddenly he is Kukiyo's no jutsu, Minato says as he drops on top with Kyuubi with his summon Gamabunta de Toad Boss, pinning the Kyuubi into the ground. Try and hold him down as long as you can. Teleporting something this big requires preparation, he says to the Toad Boss as Minato prepares to teleport the Kyuubi away from the village. Are you crazy? I am not a miracle worker. Hurry. Gamabunta says. Suddenly both Minato and Kyuubi disappear. Near the safe house. Arriving near the safe house with the Kyuubi on its toll, Minato is panting from the massive chakra usage he just pulled to teleport the Kyuubi. Yondaime, quick, you must seal me, I can still feel that damn Uchiha pushing me. I refuse to be controlled, says the Kyuubi, much to Minato's surprise. He wants me to seal him, thought Minato as he teleported to the safe house, picking up Kushina and Naruto for the ritual. Kushina, I need your help to restrain him. He's still being pushed, he says as Kushina gathers the remains of her chakra to form chains to snare the Kyuubi to the ground. Minato starts performing a long chain of seals and at the end he shouts, Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal, Yondaime, get out of the way, the Kyuubi shouts as it feels being driven to kill his next vessel. However, both Minato and Kushina jump in front of his claw, protecting their son. Kushina, couch, we don't have much time. Any last words? He asks Kushina. Naruto, she starts, I want you to grow into a nice young man and a strong shinobi. Remember to bathe every day and go to bed early, you need your sleep. Also, I want you to make friends, you don't need that many, only a few as long as they are true friends. Also, no drinking until you are 20 and stay away from Jiraiya. I am sorry Minato, I took your time, don't worry, he starts. Kyuubi, can you look out for my son? I know he will have a hard life. He asks, it would be my honor. I will take care of your kid, the Kyuubi replies, wondering just how the hell this night could have happened. Damn, Minato thought, I need to make sure he knows of my father's legacy. I can't let him go to the Uchihas, not with the Kyuubi in him, but I never told anyone and it's too late now, he starts thinking when suddenly an idea struck his head, maybe this will work. Suddenly Minato gathers what's left of his chakra, pushing it to his eyes as they start spinning, and says in a weak tone, Tsukuyomi. Minato starts waving, his eyes are starting to drift off, and he says, "Naruto, listen to what your mother said and grow up to be a strong and brave shinobi." And with the last of his strength he whispers, "8 trigram seal." Their previous leaders and heroes, to honor their memory and sacrifice they did to protect and defend their homes. In Konoha there is a certain mountain that shows exactly that. The mountain was actually called the Hokage, leader of the Leaf Village, mountain, and in it were carved the previous and current Hokages of the Leaf, and there it stood the faces of the legendary shinobi, Senju Hashirama, Shudame Hokage, leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of the Leaf Village and the first user of the Mokuton element. He was a caring and kind person dedicated to serve his village, however he ended up dying during the First Shinobi War. His fight against Uchiha Madara had taken its toll and left him permanently weakened. He was at the time of his death a shell of his former self. But even now, about 80 years after his death, he's still remembered by everyone in the village. The second face belonged to Senju Tobirama, Nadame Hokage. He was Hashirama's younger brother and became Hokage after his brother's death. He too was a very strong shinobi. In fact, each of the Hokage was hailed as the strongest shinobi of their time. Tobirama was known for his extremely high water affinity that allowed him to use high-rank moves in places without water by condensing the air around him. He too lost his life fighting in the Second Shinobi War, but before his death he appointed Hiruzen Sarutobi, one of his students, as Sundame Hokage. The third face on the monument was Sarutobi Hiruzen, of the Sarutobi clan, known for their monkey summoning and extreme skill in taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat. Hiruzen is currently around 55 years old. He's one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, but in his prime he was hailed as Shinobi no Kami, god of the shinobi, mostly because of his skill in ninjutsu that allowed him to combine different elements to his attacks. Hiruzen is the current leader of the Leaf Village after his successor the Yondame Hokage died. The last face of the monument was Minato Namikaze, the Yondame Hokage, hailed as the strongest of the Hokages. He was also the fastest shinobi to ever live in the elemental nations. Not even the Raikages with lighting armor could compete with him in speed. He was known for his use of the Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, a S-rank technique of his creation that allowed him to move at almost the speed of light. This technique was the reason that he was known as Yellow Flash. Due to his blonde hair, the only thing that people managed to see was a yellow flash due to his speed. In the Leaf Village he was a hero that sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi no Yoko that attacked the village 5 years ago. And here, 5 years later after the Kyuubi attack, is where our story truly begins, with a small boy that despite being mistreated his whole life will rise to become the legend he was born to be. Konoha, 5 years after Kyuubi attack, the 10th of October. It was a warm night in the Leaf Village. The sun was just going down, it was starting to dim. Town lights were coming up and we still could see many people going around the village doing their business. Unlike many other villages, even though Konoha was the most powerful village in the elemental nations, it didn't seem militaristic or cold. Many people, if they saw Konoha, would say that it wasn't a shinobi village. However, the mountain that surrounded the north part of village was a dead giveaway. In it were carved the faces of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. It was the 10th of October, the village was covered in decorations and celebrating the defeat to the Kyuubi that attacked 5 years ago. Everyone in the village was happy, it were times of peace. The wars were long forgotten, but not the hate and pain of many that were lost. Although everyone seemed happy, one particular kid was very sad and lonely. Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan of the Kyuubi attack. He was about 120 centimeters, 3'11", and had spiky blonde hair, the bluest eyes anyone ever had, and in each cheek he had 3 whiskers marks, a birthmark. He was wearing a white shirt with short sleeves with an orange swirl in his back and black pants. Despite being what appeared to be a normal child, Naruto was hated and despised by most of the village. He was a painful reminder of the Kyuubi attack. He was expelled from the orphanage at the age of 4 and lived in the streets for about a month until the Hokage Sanbu found him and took him to the Sundame. Sundame eventually became a grandfather figure to him. He gave Naruto a small apartment and allowance to live, but Naruto was constantly pursued by the villagers and constantly abused and beaten. The stores kicked him out or sold him rotten merchandise or charged twice the price. Even in the orphanage he still received the same treatment. Growing up in this kind of life forced Naruto to mature quickly if he wanted to survive. Because of this treatment, Naruto became a highly intelligent kid that could rival Hinata. He became cold and calculative to everyone except his closest people, that in his case were simply the Hokage himself and the owners of a ramen stand. Only 3 people cared for Naruto and wondered if he was eating or sleeping well. During his birthday things were even worse because the villagers and a few shinobi would gather up and hunt him down like an animal, and here is where we are. A scared kid was running through the streets of Konoha trying his best to avoid the villagers and shinobi in hot pursuit. The villagers were shouting, "Die demon, get him, finish what the Yondaime started." Naruto wondered, what did he ever do to deserve such treatment and harsh life? "Stop please, what did I ever do to any of you?" asked Naruto, running as fast as he could, his legs starting to give away. "Oh please, you know very well what you did. You killed my brother and my father," shouted one of villagers as he threw an empty bottle. "We will finish what the Yondaime started and kill the demon," the villager said as the others support him. Naruto kept running until he looked behind to his pursuers and noticed that a couple of them appeared to be Chunin, a /N, Chunin, medium-level shinobi. Even thought Naruto was a stamina freak, a 5-year-old couldn't compete with the speed of a Chunin. The Chunin quickly closed the distance between him and Naruto. He took out a kunai and did a horizontal slash. Naruto, seeing the kunai that would most likely kill him, he ducked. As he was ducking, he noticed that time appeared to be slowing down. After dodging the slash, he unwittingly channeled chakra to his legs, trying to jump over a fence to get away. The rest of the shinobi, seeing this, were actually surprised, but they couldn't let the demon get away, so all of them threw a couple of kunai at him while saying "Kunai Kij Shuriken no Jutsu." The kunai multiplied to 15 and were going fast at Naruto. Naruto, knowing that he couldn't dodge them all in midair, started observing them and calculating the best way to avoid them. It was then that it happened. His vision suddenly became clearer and the incoming kunai seemed to almost stop. Just by looking at them he could see where they would land. Reacting to his instincts, Naruto quickly caught one kunai with his hand and started deflecting all of them except one that managed to pass his defenses and hit his shoulder. He cried out in pain but managed to get over the fence and to safety. He pulled the kunai of his shoulder and noticed that the wound was already closing. "I wonder why I'm the only person to heal this fast," he asked himself while walking through the village hidden in the shadows to avoid the villagers, but he quickly noticed that his vision was different. It was black and white and he could see people with a blue flame inside of them that surrounded their body. He tried to push his eyes to see better and suddenly he passed out in the alleyway. The stress and exhaustion of running and taking a kunai to the shoulder was too much. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke in what it seemed to be a sewer. There were pipes in every wall and the floor was filled with water with about 20 centimeters in height, 8 inches. He wandered through the endless corridors wondering where he was when he heard a soft male voice calling him. "Follow my voice," the strange voice said. Naruto didn't know him but was drawn to this voice. After walking for a couple of minutes, Naruto found himself staring at a big iron doors with vertical bars. The middle of the door, it was a small paper with the kanji for seal. He looked inside the cage, but it seemed empty. "Hello there, Naruto," said the voice. Naruto jumped back surprised and noticed a man leaning in the sewer wall outside of the cage. Naruto observed the man carefully. The man was about 190 centimeters in height, 6 feet 2. He had spiky blonde hair with 2 bangs that framed his face and had blue eyes. He was wearing a full-body blue suit and the standard Jonin, high-level shinobi, flat jacket. He was also wearing a white cape with red flames and it had the kanji for Yondaime Hokage. "Why Yondaime Hokage?" asked Naruto. He knew very well what happened 5 years ago. He knew that the Yondaime died to kill the Kyuubi. He was a hero. "My name is Minato Namikaze and I am the Yondaime Hokage," he said, looking at the kid in front of him and wondered how it happened so soon. Naruto seemed 5 at the most. "How? You were supposed to be dead." "Am I dead too?" Naruto asked. "No, you are not dead, but unfortunately I am," Minato replied. "But if you are dead, then where am I? And how do you know my name?" Naruto wondered what the hell was going on. "Naruto, I am going to explain everything to you. Listen closely, okay?" he asked, to which Naruto nodded. "We are inside your mind. This is your mindscape. It's basically a representation of your mind in physical form, understand?" Naruto nodded. "Now the truth is that I am your father." Naruto froze when he heard that. "No, it can't be. Chiji told me he didn't know who my parents were," Naruto thought. Why you're my father?" "How?" Naruto asked. "Well, about the how you will find out when you're older," Minato said, chuckling, "but it is true. I am your father and I'm sorry I wasn't here with you, but I had to stop the Kyuubi. But listen, I don't have much time. You probably wondered why this village treats you like a monster," to which Naruto slowly nodded. "Well, there isn't any easy way to say this, but 5 years ago when you were born the Kyuubi attacked the village. Sundame said that I killed the Kyuubi, but that is impossible. Kyuubi is a massive chakra without actually a physical body, so it can't die. The only way I had to stop the Kyuubi was to seal it inside a newborn baby. I'm sorry to say, but I had to seal into you," he said with a bit of shame, wondering how Naruto would react. What do you mean by sealed?" "I am the Kyuubi," he asked, now realizing what all the names the villagers called him by. "No, you are neither a monster nor the Kyuubi, you are my son. And by sealed I mean that the Kyuubi is trapped in your gut, behind these bars." "Kyuubi, come forward," Minato explained suddenly. Behind the bars of the empty cage, Naruto saw 2 glowing red eyes with black vertical slits. As the eyes approached 2 doors, he noticed the form of fox with tails swinging wildly in this back. There it stood behind the doors, the most powerful being in the world, the most powerful of the 9 Baiju, the Kyuubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox. Naruto, seeing this, jumped back scared to see the monster that attacked the village and was responsible for many deaths. "No need to fear me, kid," the Kyuubi said, watching the poor kid. He knew too well what the villagers did to him. "Naruto," Minato said, getting Naruto's attention, "this is the Kyuubi and he's not the demon everyone thinks he is. The attack 5 years ago was not his fault," Minato said, and started explaining what happened in that fateful night 5 years ago. From when Naruto was born, to the masked man unleashing the Kyuubi and controlling it to attack the village, to Minato sealing him into him. Naruto was still frozen, absorbing what happened, everything his father was saying. Naruto didn't know what to say, it was just too much. "Naruto," Minato continued, "I'm sorry that I had to seal that Kyuubi into you. You had a harsh life until now, but I trust with this it will be slightly better, Minato said and touched Naruto's stomach, effectively transferring the seal key to Naruto and opening the cage. What are you doing? Naruto asked, worried that his father opened the cage and let the Kyuubi out. Naruto, I told you that I wasn't that Kyuubi's fault that night. The Kyuubi will help you grow up and he'll be at your side to help you in your battle and provide advice. The only thing I ask of you is when you're close to your death that you release the Kyuubi. He didn't deserve to trapped in a cage to be used as a weapon, Minato said. Will you really be my friend? Naruto asked, still bit fearful of the fox. Of course. I will take care you and make you strong so you can protect your home and friends, the Kyuubi replied, and what happened next surprised everyone in the mindscape. Naruto suddenly left his father's side and jumped into the paw of the Kyuubi. So soft and warm, he said, getting chuckles from both Kyuubi and Minato. Now Naruto, there is more that I need to tell you. I don't know if you realized it, but doesn't your vision seem different? Minato asked. Actually it's all black and white with you being blue and Kyuubi red, Naruto replied. Naruto, do you know who Uchiha Madara is? Minato asked, getting a disgusted growl from the Kyuubi, clearly showing no love to the Uchiha leader. Yup, I know he was one of the founders of the Leaf and was leader of Uchiha clan. That is supposed to be one of the strongest in the world. Naruto said, surprising his father. Naruto, even though was 5-year-old, was very smart and did like to read, but going into the library was impossible as he was always expelled. Exactly, but what you and anyone doesn't know is that Madara was in fact my father. I never said anything to anyone because I decided to keep it a secret, he said. Naruto's eyes widened when he discovered that the legendary Uchiha Madara was his grandfather. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage Konoha's Yellow Flash and the great Uchiha Madara. There is no way I'm not becoming Hokage, Naruto thought. With my you begin my two-san, father, and Madara being my Oji-san, grandfather, there is no way I'm not becoming Hokage, believe it. Naruto yelled, pumping his fist to the air and getting a smile from Minato. I have no doubt you will, Naruto, Minato said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Now you know that the Uchiha clan have a bloodline, more specifically a Daijutsu, right? Naruto nodded. This bloodline is called the Sharingan and you activated its first level. Look at the floor. Naruto looked down and saw his reflection in the water. His eyes were blood red with a black tomo in each eye. The Sharingan will evolve until it's fully matured, getting 3 tomos in each eye. Minato concluded he didn't want to go any further into the main Geku. His time was ending and the Kyuubi could explain it if he ever unlocked it. God, I hope he never has to go through that, Minato thought. Oh, I knew I was awesome, Naruto said, happy about knowing everything about his family and finding he had a bloodline. Now Naruto, pay attention to what I'm going to say, Minato started. I know that you always wanted a family, but you can't go to the Uchiha clan. Besides having the Kyuubi in you, which if they find out that you are an Uchiha they will use it for their own gain. I want you to be a good person and not an arrogant, power-hungry like the Uchihas are. Never rely too much on the Sharingan. Remember that the Sharingan is only a tool, having it doesn't make you all-powerful, okay? Minato asked, getting a nod. Okay, my time is ending. Everything I have, including my clan's techniques and weapons, are in the Namikaze compound and only you can enter since there's a blood seal around it. Be careful so that no one finds out. I have many enemies, as did Madara. If you ever wish to reveal your true heritage, I ask you to reveal when you are strong enough to protect yourself and anyone you care about. There are people that would stop at nothing to kill you or your friends to get revenge at me, Minato said with a bit of regret. After all, during the Third Shinobi War he was responsible for slaughtering Iwa's forces. Do you know how to use chakra to deactivate your eyes? He asked, getting a nod from Naruto. I'm fading, my chakra is almost over. Remember Naruto, me and your mother loved you very much and I'm sorry that you had to live this life and growing up without love. Minato said, sad on how everything turned out. He asked the Sun Dame so that the village saw Naruto as their hero, but he was too naive. Don't worry too, son, I got to meet you after all. You did what you needed to protect our home, Naruto said, getting a smile from Minato as he said to fade away until he was no longer standing in front of him. Naruto woke up in the alleyway wondering if it was all a dream until he heard a voice in his head. No kid, it wasn't a dream. I'm here after all. You should deactivate your eyes for now and start training. I will help you in every way I can, and when you are old enough I will train to use my powers. Kyuubi said, thank you, at least I have you with me. I could use the company, Naruto replied, happy with everything it happened. Who knew that this night would turn out to be his best birthday? You don't need to speak out loud or people will think you are crazy. Just think and I will hear it. Also, now that the cage is open, you gained my second ability. You are able to sense people around you, and in time with training you will be able to sense their feelings. You should tell the Hokage what happened, he will help you, but keep him in the dark about my help for now, the Kyuubi said, getting a nod from Naruto as he got up, deactivated his Sharingan and started to make his way to the Hokage Tower. 15 minutes later, Hokage Tower. Naruto made his way into the Hokage office after arguing with the secretary and threatening her to tell the Hokage that she called him a demon. The reason Naruto never found out about the Kyuubi is that apparently the Hokage place and S-rank law that prohibited anyone from telling him he had the Kyuubi in him, and anyone who broke it was subjected to immediate execution. Old man, Naruto said, earning a smile from the old Hokage, happy to see Naruto and getting a break from the Hokage's number one enemy, paperwork. Naruto-kun, how are you? Do you need anything? The Hokage asked. Even thought the Hokage wasn't actually related to Naruto. He has grown quite close to him in the last couple of years, treating him like a grandson. I wanted to ask you if you could tell me who my parents are. Naruto asked, messing up with the Hokage a bit before he tell him what happened. I wonder how he will react, he thought. I already told you, Naruto, I'm sorry but I don't know who your parents are, all I know is that they are heroes that died fighting the Kyuubi, the Hokage replied. He couldn't tell Naruto who his parents are, he was too young. Gigi, before I tell what I came here for, can you tell your Anbu to leave? I only want to tell you this. Naruto said, getting a surprised face from the Hokage. How do you know that there are Anbu in the room? He asked, to which Naruto replied saying, I can sense them above the ceiling. Naruto replied. Very well, the Hokage said, and with the flick of a hand he signaled his 4 Anbu bodyguards to leave the room. Now Naruto, what do you want to tell me? He asked Gigi. Are you sure you sent them all away? I can still sense another person there, Naruto said, pointing behind that bookcase. Once Naruto said that, the 4 Anbu quickly returned and dashed towards the intruder and quickly immobilizing it. The intruder had normal Anbu gear, black pants and steel plate in the chest for protection, but his mask was completely white with the kanji for root. Damn that Danzu, sticking his nose where he shouldn't, Hokage thought. Naruto, you are indeed a skilled sensor, you actually caught an intruder that was in here, Hokage said. Oh, I knew that I was awesome, Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the old Hokage. After the room was empty, Naruto approached the pictures of the previous Hokages and stopping in front of the picture of the 4th, turning to the Hokage he said, anything you want to tell me? The Hokage paled when Naruto asked him. How did you find out? The Hokage asked, wondering how did Naruto find out. Very few people knew that Minato was his father. Now that I think about it, I could almost be his twin. I wonder how anyone never noticed, Naruto said and started explaining everything that happened, leaving the Kyuubi helping him, he being Madara's grandson and him having the Sharingan. Minato really was a genius. To think even dead he gives me headache, the Hokage thought. Now that you know, what are you going to do? You know you can't tell anyone, the Hokage asked. I'm going to train to become strong like my father was, and then I'm going to take that hat of yours, Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the old Hokage, to which he said, I have no doubt you will. 1 year later. 1 year has passed since Naruto found who his father was, and training couldn't be going better, with the help of the Kyuubi. Naruto was now 6 years old, and he was never caught by the villagers except if there was a trained shinobi among them. Even then Naruto managed to fool him to escape. Kyuubi had Naruto training primarily in chakra control, since one of the benefits of having a tailed beast sealed inside of a human is that it gave that person ungodly amounts of chakra and almost unending stamina. However, if you mix the Kyuubi with what you might call the Uzumaki bloodline. It wasn't exactly a bloodline, but many members called it the tailless beast curse. Members of the Uzumaki clan had unmatched amounts of chakra. The regular chunin of the Uzumaki clan had same amount of akage. Naruto was only 6 years old but already had enough chakra to match most jonin. However, with so much chakra, control was extremely difficult. In the beginning, any jutsu that Naruto tried, he overwhelmed it with chakra, causing it to fail or blow up in his face. The first jutsu the Naruto learned was Henge no Jutsu, that allowed Naruto to change its appearance. Naruto actually asked the Hokage for him to teach him. Flashback 1 year ago. Hey old man, call you teach man the henge, Naruto asked. Why do you want to learn it? Can't you wait for the academy to start? The Hokage asked, to which Naruto replied, ever since I found out who my father was I want to train and grow stronger, but I need to enter the library and I can't because they think of me as the Kyuubi. The Hokage lowered his head, ashamed he couldn't convince the villagers or protect Naruto. I'm sorry Naruto, I tried my best to protect you, he said. No worries, just teach it to me. It will help me to get into the library and not get expelled from stores too. Naruto said. Okay, it's very simple. The hand seals are Doboram, then you release chakra to cover your body and think of the image you want, the Hokage said, and which Naruto tried to transform into the Hokage, and the result was, I don't even know what it was. Go train now, I have work to do, the Hokage said. Okay, thank you, catch you later, he replied. End flashback. With Henge at his side, his life got significantly better. Although he hated to pretend to be someone else with the henge, he managed to enter the library and go to stores and get good food for normal prices. What surprised him was that the villagers were actually friendly and good persons. The hate for the Kyuubi simply clouded their judgment. Naruto promised that one day he would get their acknowledgement, and if couldn't, at least they would respect his power. He wouldn't want to make people fear him, but it would better than discard him like trash. Even though Naruto wouldn't have access to the shinobi section of the library since he was a civilian, he decided to try and henge into one the shinobi. It worked like clockwork. The secretary didn't have shinobi training, so she couldn't detect Naruto's henge. He searched the shinobi section and found what he wanted: introduction to chakra control, basics of chakra, and even read a few scrolls for the basic forms of Taijutsu Academy Taijutsu. One of the best things he could ever hope for was his Sharingan. Even though for now his Sharingan still had one tomo in each eye. Anytime he found any shinobi in the trainings grounds, he watched with his Sharingan to try and learn what he could. Even though the Sharingan was in its first level, he could see glimpses of a few jutsus. After watching a spar between two Chunin, Naruto managed to copy the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto decided one night to sneak around the village into the Namikaze compound. Naruto bit his finger to draw blood and pressed it against the main gates. There was a poof of smoke and the gate unlocked. The compound itself was small, much smaller than that of the Hyugas or the Uchihas. He first thought of moving into the compound, but he couldn't let anyone see him, so he decided to wait until he revealed who he was. Looking around the compound, it had 5 rooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 living rooms and a couple storage rooms. But the biggest room was the library. It had tons of scrolls of taijutsu, ninjutsu and a few genjutsu, books in fuinjutsu written by his father and from Uzumaki clan, including kenjutsu. There were journals and diaries of the clan. His father must have collected what he found about the clan and stored it here along with his mother, since she also was the last of her clan. After searching, Naruto decided to open a few scrolls until he found his father's personal taijutsu style. The Namikaze were never a shinobi clan, they were only civilians. Minato hoped to start his clan along with the Uzumaki in Konoha. Minato never actually named his style, but it appeared to a mix between Hyuga's gentle fist style with the Uchiha's interceptor fist, which relied in the Sharingan. The style was based in predicting and avoiding the enemy's attacks with fast counter-attacks to the enemy's pressure points. One strike was all it was necessary to disable arms, legs and even paralyze completely or kill the enemy. It was similar to gentle fist style of the Hyugas. Instead of attacking tenketsu, chakra points, it focused pressure points. Naruto's training program was killer. With the help of the Kyuubi to guide him, he started in the morning and worked all day long so that after sleep he could start again next day. One fateful day, Kyuubi forbade Naruto of his constant ramen eating, forcing him to eat vegetables and balanced diet. It was a dark day. Along with his training, Naruto also wore weights to increase his muscle mass and speed. Only a couple of pounds so it wouldn't stunt his growth. He was 6 years old after all, but he was already at level of a genin, except he couldn't the Bushin no Jutsu. The minimum amounts of clones he could was 100, which wasn't very helpful when Naruto only wanted 1. At least it would confuse the enemy to no end. The first weapon that Naruto decided to learn was the bow. He read about it in a book, and since the Hokage was master with this type of weapon, he asked if he could borrow a few scrolls. Currently Naruto always had with him a wooden bow. To anyone else it was simply a piece of wood. However, Naruto was a level 2 bow master, 2 of 5 at 6 years old. The biggest development Naruto had was his tactical mind. Maybe it was having a fox sealed in him which made Naruto extremely cunning and skillful in traps. Combining this with the mind of a prankster, the next few years would be dark times for Konoha. One day Naruto was walking through the village. Since his hench wasn't up, he got the usual glares and the occasional empty bottle thrown at him, which he simply dodged. Naruto was going for his weekly ramen meal. The Kyuubi allowed Naruto to eat a ramen meal twice a week, which is better than none at all. Stupid fox and his vegetables, he thought. Ungrateful brat. If you eat only ramen you will become a midget. You need a proper diet to grow, said the Kyuubi. In the last year Naruto and Kyuubi have grown closer. As close as a human and a fox can. After you ignore the constant bickering and death threats, they both liked and respected each other. Fine, I get it, furball, Naruto replied and continued walking to his ramen stand. Naruto was walking, not really paying attention to anything around him, until he heard a couple kids arguing about something. Getting curious, he looked closer. He found 3 kids around the age of 10. most likely academy students that were messing with a little girl. She looked like she was his age. She had neck-length dark blue hair and white eyes, trademark of the Hyuga clan. Deciding to help her, he ran up to them. "Hey, leave her alone," Naruto said, trying to get thugs away from the girl. "Oh, a kid playing hero. Get lost before we hurt you too," they said, which made Naruto jump in front of them, shielding the girl. Deciding to prove his point, he adopted his bow-style defensive stance. His left leg slightly ahead of his right, knees bent, both hands grasping his wooden bow in a downward position. A forward/N, iron stance. "He's trying to scare us. Let's teach him a lesson," they said, and pushed forward. One of boys sent his right arm forward, trying to punch Naruto. Naruto simply used his bow to strike the boy's hand out of the way. Naruto then flipped his bow, sending a strike to the boy's chin, like an uppercut. Another boy tried to punch Naruto, to which he ducked and using his bow stroked the boy's leg, making him stumble forward, to which Naruto kneed the boy hard in the stomach, leaving him in the ground in pain. Naruto turned to the last boy, who froze his attacks after seeing his friends effortless defeated. Picking up his friends, he decided to run away before he also got hurt. Naruto, turning to see the girl, asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine thank you," the girl stuttered. Naruto didn't know if she was afraid of him, but he guessed she was just shy. "No problem, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, what's your name?" he asked. Hyuga Hinata, she replied, looking at her savior. Even though she was still young, she couldn't help but to blush and look down. Naruto was 6 years old but was quite a good-looking young man. "Come on, let me help you up," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her up gently. He noticed that she didn't have the cage bird seal in her forehead. He remembered hearing the Hyuga heiress was his age, meaning that the girl in front of him was heiress to the Hyuga clan. She was pretty much Konoha's little princess. "Hey, I'm going to lunch at Ishiraku's, wanna come?" he asked, to which Hinata slowly nodded. They walked together, and Hinata, seeing how the villagers glared at Naruto, wondered why. The walk was calm. They didn't talk much since Hinata was terribly shy. Arriving to the stand, Naruto ordered chicken ramen for both of them. "Oh, Naruto, is this your girlfriend?" a young girl from behind the counter asked in a teasing manner. Her name was Ayam. She was in her teens. She had brown hair and eyes and a pretty face. She was wearing simple clothes and had a white apron. No, nothing like that. We just met a couple minutes ago," he replied, blushing a bit. Even though he just met her, he could see that she was actually quite pretty, and she would grow up to become a very beautiful woman. Hinata didn't say anything. She just blushed really hard and looked away so that no one could see her. They talked a bit during their meal. When they were finishing the food, a Hyuga member appeared and looked at Hinata. His name was Ko, a branch member and Hinata's bodyguard. "Hinata-sama, there you are. Your father is waiting for you," he said, taking Hinata's hand and starting to leave. "Bye Naruto-kun, it was nice to meet you," she said, to which Naruto gave her foxy grin and looked at his meal to finish it. "Looks like you got yourself a little vixen," the Kyuubi said, chuckling. "She's not my girlfriend," Naruto thought, getting angry. "You say that now, but I'll see in a couple of years," the Kyuubi said, chuckling. "Perverted fox," he thought. After he finished the meal, he paid for it and left to his training. Few weeks later, Naruto was walking to his home. He had just finished his training and it was like any other day, painful. He was sore all over. During the last few weeks he increased his taijutsu training and started with weapons. He could now use kunai and shuriken with deadly accuracy, and with the Sharingan he picked it up quickly. During his training he managed to level up his Sharingan to level 2. Naruto now had 2 black tomos in each eye, and he was very proud of himself. He heard rumors of the Uchiha clan prodigy that managed to fully master the Sharingan at the age of 8. Naruto said that he was going to fully mature it even sooner, and as fate would have it, Naruto didn't know how right he was. During his walk home he sensed 2 chakra signatures moving quietly through the woods. Placing 2 fingers in the ground and focusing in their chakra, he found that one of those chakra signatures belonged his friend Hinata he met a few weeks ago. Wondering what she was doing this later in the day, he went in search of her. When he arrived near both of them he saw a shinobi. It was a Kumo shinobi from his headband. He recognized this shinobi. It was the Kumo's ambassador for the new alliance between Konoha and Kumo. He noticed that he was carrying a bag in his back, to which Naruto, sensing Hinata's chakra, knew she was being kidnapped. Quickly throwing a couple of shurikens at the shinobi. The shinobi easily deflected them all and faced the attacker and was surprised. It was a small kid. "Hey kid, leave before I kill you. I am Jonin, you are no match for me," He-Man arrogantly said. But it was true, Naruto was Genin level and he couldn't match a Jonin's power. However, Naruto was cunning. He knew that he needed to alert someone to come and help. "Naruto, switch with me, I'll send a fireball to the sky to alert the Anbu." Naruto agreed and switched with the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi quickly went through a few hand seals, looked at the sky and yelled, "Kaiten, Gukei Kyuu no Jutsu, fire style, fireball technique." The Kumo shinobi was impressed. A 6-year-old performing a C-rank fire technique, he shouldn't have chakra for that. Naruto just knew that he had to stall the man and activated his Sharingan. He didn't care if his secret got out as long Hinata stayed safe. The Kumo shinobi decided to engage and quickly kill the kid to leave before reinforcements arrived. The Kumo shinobi threw a couple shurikens and yelled, "Shuriken Kijibushin no Jutsu." The shuriken multiplied to a few dozens. Naruto couldn't deflect them all and jumped to the left, to which the enemy was waiting, and kicked him hard in the stomach and punched in the face. Naruto crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The Kumo shinobi walked to Naruto thinking he just won. After all, it was just a small kid. Then he noticed his eyes, they were the Sharingan, and he thought, an Uchiha rescuing a Hyuga, how ironic, but still I'll take him too. 2 bloodlines are better than 1, and the Sharingan is one of the most powerful. The shinobi went to grab Naruto by the neck but stumbled forward when he noticed it was a Bushin. Naruto took this opportunity, removing his weights and channeling a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra. His body couldn't take much right now, charged in a burst of speed to the shinobi with a kunai in his hand and pressing his kunai against the man's chest, effectively killing him. The Kumo shinobi wondered how it happened. How could a kid this age be so fast and defeat him? And then he noticed his blood-red eyes with 3 black tomos in each eye glowing and spinning. The shinobi fell to the ground dead. Naruto knew he just killed the enemy and it was his first kill. Even though he was ashamed of what he did, he needed to do it. The man wouldn't leave without Hinata and he had to protect her. Growing up alone made Naruto overprotective. He would fearlessly jump and destroy another village to protect his friends. Since he never had any, the few he has he would give his life to protect. Getting up slowly, he stumbled a bit forward, looked like that kick broke a few ribs. Walking to Hinata, he opened the bag and Hinata saw her savior for the second time. It was the blonde kid she met a few weeks ago. She then quickly jumped and hugged and started crying. "Ush, it's okay. You are safe now, I won't let anyone hurt you, he whispered to her to comfort her. She was hugging him when the reinforcements arrived led by Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga clan leader, and he saw what happened. Apparently the demon brat killed the Kumo shinobi and saved his daughter. He walked to Naruto yanking him from Hinata. Stay away from her, even thought I appreciate what you did, I would like if kept your distance from her, Hayashi said in cold and hard tone. Grabbing Hinata's hand and leaving he said you are still weak, you are too soft and almost ended up being kidnapped. You are unworthy of being the heir of the clan, he said and left without even letting Hinata say goodbye to Naruto. The Hokage arrived a few minutes later and the Anbu told him what happened. His eyes widened when he noticed it was Naruto who saved Hinata and managed to kill the Kumo shinobi. Naruto, are you alright? How are you feeling? The Hokage asked concerned. The first kill was the hardest and sometimes broke shinobi and ended their career before it even started. I'm alright, only a couple of broken ribs but the fur ball will take care of that. Even though I feel bad that I killed him, I knew it was the only option. I knew I needed to delay him as much as I could and if opportunity presented itself kill him. So don't worry about me. It's the life of the shinobi after all. Naruto said with a weak smile that the Hokage caught. I understand, Naruto. Don't worry, tomorrow come see me, I'll give you the payment of a B-rank mission for this, the Hokage said ruffling his hair, and Naruto nodded and started to walk home. Even though he killed a man tonight, he managed to save Hinata and actually he broke the Uchiha's prodigy record. Looks like I got my Sharingan matured at age 6, he said to himself chuckling as he went home to a long night of sleep. Hash hash 1 year later, Naruto 7 years old. Hash hash in the last year many things happened around Konoha and even more with our loud blonde. He was now 7-year-old kid. Naruto changed his outfit, he now wore dark green pants, a blue t-shirt with an orange sleeveless jacket. A /N, check profile for image. A couple of weeks ago there was an incident that shocked Konoha. The Uchiha's clan prodigy Uchiha Itachi massacred his own clan, leaving only his little brother alive. This event turned his little brother Uchiha Sasuke into an avenger, wishing only to kill his older brother to avenge his fallen clan. The Uchiha clan, even though were arrogant pricks, they were a powerful and highly respected clan in Konoha. The funeral service was huge. Every person in Konoha attended and paid their respects, with the Hokage delivering the eulogy. Naruto watched from afar with a sad face. He may not have liked the Uchihas, but in a way they were family. He also felt a bit glad that he never told anyone he was an Uchiha, or maybe he also would be sleeping underground right now. Naruto decided that after this incident maybe it would be better to tell the Hokage about his legacy, but still keeping it a secret from the village for now. What would the village think if right after the Uchiha massacre, the demon brat appeared using the Sharingan and being one of the last Uchihas? Man, I would be eaten alive, he would most likely be forced to, when ready, be a sperm donor to restart his clan. He was the demon brat, he would most likely be used and when not necessary discarded. He thought about approaching Sasuke, but when he saw him in the academy, the kind of personality he had, power-hungry, arrogant, he wisely chose to forget him and let him be. The academy in Konoha start at age 8 to anyone who wishes to become a shinobi of Konoha. The curriculum lasts 6 years and ends with the students being 14 years old and genin rank should they pass their exams. The academy starts with history, math and other general topics, then goes for chakra theory and principles to stealth, weapons training, traps and tactical training, and ends with taijutsu and ninjutsu training. When the Naruto showed the Kyuubi his academy curriculum, he wondered how the hell was Konoha the strongest shinobi village in the elemental nations. This year's class was very special. Naruto's class was filled with clans as there was the Inuzuka, known for their dog partners and collaboration ninjutsu. The heir of the clan was Inuzuka Kiba, a loud and brash kid. He had brown hair and 2 red markings, one in each cheek, symbol of his clan. There was the Akimichi clan. Their heir was Akimichi Chouji, a small boy with large bones. Anyone who called him fat gets smashed. Their clan was known for using techniques that relied on high-calorie usage, meaning Chouji was always eating. There was the Yamanaka clan. Their heiress was Yamanaka Ino. She had long blonde hair and wore a dark pink outfit. Her clan used mind techniques. They could read thoughts with mere touch, confused and make enemies attack each other and even take control of the enemy's body. There was the Nara clan. Their heir was Nara Shikamaru. He had pineapple-style hair and wore mesh shirt with black sleeveless jacket and black pants. He was lazy and mostly slept through classes. The Nara clan was known for its members having high IQ and being extremely skilled in strategy and planning. Shikamaru's father was actually the head of the strategy division of the village. There was the Aburam clan. Their heir was Aburam Shino. He was a collected guy, distant to everybody. He had black sunglasses and wore a grey clock that pretty much only showed his glasses. His clan rely on using bugs to fight. Their children once born are implanted with bugs that feed on their chakra so they can use them to fight. There was the Uchiha clan. The last member of his clan and heir was Uchiha Sasuke. He wore blue shirt with the Uchiha crest in the back and white shorts. The Uchiha clan was known for their high affinity for fire and their Kekii Genkai, bloodline limit, the Sharingan that Naruto also had. Naruto was an Uchiha after all. There was also a girl named Hirano Sakura. She had pink hair and wore a pink dress. Even though she wasn't from any clan, she was in this class. She was the daughter of Hirano Akira, which was a member of the civilian council. Figures, he thought. The last clan was no other than the Hyuga clan and their heiress Hyuga Hinata. The Hyuga clan, much like the Uchihas, were known for their Daojutsu, the Bakugan. This bloodline limit when active allowed them to see chakra with high detail, almost 360-degree vision and long range extending to kilometers if trained enough. The clan also have the gentle fist taijutsu style, which is renowned to be the strongest form. Hinata and Naruto met a couple years ago after Naruto saved her twice and she developed a crush on him. Both of them met a few times along the years and became close friends, and even though neither of them would admit, they both liked each other more than simple friends. The current year was going down without much trouble. Naruto decided to accept the Kyuubi suggestions regarding academy and use a mask. The Kyuubi suggested Naruto to hide his real strength. Deception is the ninja's greatest weapon, and so Naruto opted to show his mask by being a loud, knucklehead, dumb kid. He chose to become the dead last, and it was a wise choice, since every teacher tried his best to make look bad. He couldn't raise suspicion, for now. I bet the civilian council would have me stay weak forever if they could, Naruto thought as he tried to sleep in the classroom. 1 year later. In the last year Naruto grew more than he could hope for. Thanks to his matured Sharingan, he managed to copy an extremely useful technique while watching two Jonins spar. Flashback: Naruto was approaching a training field, hoping that it would be empty when he sensed two powerful chakra signatures. Suppressing his chakra, something that the Kyuubi taught him, he could actually sneak up on people extremely well. Being a sensor allowed him to know if he was actually suppressing his effectively or not. He approached and started to watch them. "So Kakashi, are you ready for our next youthful challenge?" said a jonin that was wearing full-body green spandex suit, a jonin flat jacket. He had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. Not paying attention, the silver-haired ninja identified as Kakashi said something, "Guy. Damn you Kakashi and your hip ways. Our score stands 50-50, shall we begin?" Guy asked, to which Kakashi nodded. Kakashi had silver gravity-defying hair. He wore that standard jonin clothes, black pants, mesh shirt with jonin flat jacket, and covering his left eye was the Konoha Hitayat, a /N, I think it's called Hitayat. Naruto watched in wonder the speed on the battle. His fully matured Sharingan allowed him to follow every single move each one of them did. The battle went for a couple of minutes until Kakashi pulled up his Hitayat revealing a Sharingan. "What? How can he have a Sharingan? I thought all Uchihas were killed minus Sasuke," Naruto thought, wondering how could Kakashi have the Sharingan. Kakashi was very popular in Konoha. He was the son of Hatake Sakumo, Konoha's White Fang, known to be as powerful as a Sannin, so he couldn't be Uchiha. "Look carefully, Kit, he hides it under the Hitayat, so it's probably an implant," the Kyuubi replied. The battle continued and Naruto copied a few jutsu, including one that would help Naruto immensely and would later become his trademark. Kijibushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, end flashback. Armed with the Kijibushin that Naruto realized that it transferred his memories to the original he started using for training. For now Naruto's limit was about 1,000 clones. If anyone saw him making so many would most likely call a monster. After all, this technique was an A-rank kinjutsu, forbidden technique, for his massive chakra usage that would kill most shinobis. Since Naruto already had Kij level reserves, using this technique barely affected his reserves. Something that Naruto wondered was if using the Sharingan gave photographic memory, because he remembered everything he saw. Naruto was walking to the Hokage Tower. He decided that after what happened to the Uchiha clan, it would be the best choice to tell the Hokage he had the Sharingan. "Hash hash Hokage Tower, hash hash Hagiji," said Naruto with foxy grin. The Hokage, seeing Naruto, gave him a smile. He barely got to see him nowadays and wondering if he was always training. "Oh, Naruto-kun, haven't seen you in a while. How is your training going?" the Hokage asked. "It's going very well. I actually got a few awesome techniques," Naruto said, smiling. "I can probably take you on, old man," he said, chuckling. "I'm not that old, Naruto-kun, so what brings you here?" the Hokage asked. "Well, I have a few things I chose to tell me if you promise to not reveal it until I'm ready," Naruto said with a serious face. The Hokage, wondering what it could be, made a hand gesture and the Anbu left the room. Naruto did a few hand seals and said Fuwa Injutsu, cone of silence. The Hokage gasped for air when he saw Naruto perform a C-rank Fuwa Injutsu, but since he knew who his father was, wouldn't be much surprising he was following his footsteps. "Impressive, Naruto-kun, 8 years old and studying Fuwa Injutsu," the Hokage said, impressed. "Actually, Gigi, I never told you everything about what happened when I was 6 years old, you know," said Naruto with an embarrassed laugh. "Now Gigi, pay attention to me," he said. Naruto closed his eyes and started to channel chakra to them. Slowly opening them, he showed them to the Hokage. Blood-red eyes with 3 black tomos in each, the Sharingan. The Hokage heart missed a beat and his eyes bulged out, almost popping out of his head. The Hokage simply asked how. "Well, I am an Uchiha by my father's side," he replied. "How is it possible?" "Minato never had the Sharingan," the Hokage asked, wondering how could Minato never told him. I'll explain everything, he said, disabling his eyes. For starters, I will tell you that my grandfather was none other than Uchiha Madara. That was the final straw. Poor Hokage's heart gave out and he fainted. Naruto, seeing this, sweat dropped. And he says he's not old, he thought out loud, picking up the Hokage and laying in the couch. A couple minutes later the Hokage started to awake and saw Naruto waiting. You awake already? Jez. Here, Naruto said, giving him a cup of tea. I'm sorry Naruto, I still can't believe it. How can this be? The Hokage asked, wondering how could Madara have a son and no one knew. And his son was Minato Namikaze of all people, he has blonde hair for Kamisake. Naruto started explaining what his father told him. Madara survived his battle with Hashirama and was saved by a woman who would years later become his lover. They had a son, and when his grandmother was killed, Madara decided to continue with his plans and left Minato in the village. So Madara was still alive. Who would have thought Madara had a son? The Hokage said, taking in the information. Well, Naruto-kun, I will guard this secret until you are ready to show everyone who you really are. Remember, you have 3 legacies to continue. Your mother's Uzumaki clan, and both your father's and Uchiha Madara's legacy, he said. Don't worry, Gigi. I plan on revealing everything when I'm strong enough to protect me and everyone I care about. My father and grandfather both had a talent to persevere, and I don't need problems right now, he said, chuckling that they did. The Hokage thought how Iwa suffered at the hands of both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Madara, but when I reveal who I am, if they ever try to hurt me or someone I care about, I will burn their village to the ground, Naruto said in serious and cold tone. I wouldn't put it past them, that Damonaki the Sushikage is an old and stubborn fool. Be careful, the Hokage said. Naruto, I wanted to ask you, how can you already fully matured Sharingan? It's very rare to even awaken it too early in life. You see, Gigi, I awakened it when I was 5 years old after some Chunin tried to attack me, and I matured it when I killed the Kumo ninja that tried to kidnap Hinata, he explained, to which the Hokage nodded. It made sense. The Sharingan awakens and evolves in life and death situations. So that's how you were able to keep up with a Jonin. The Sharingan truly is a terrifying power, the Hokage exclaimed. The Sharingan allowed a 6-year-old to kill a trained shinobi. I'm going, Gigi, I just thought you should know after what happened to the Uchihas, Naruto said, leaving the Hokage's office. He will one day really take this hat from me, the Hokage thought, chuckling. Hash hash Konoha streets. Hash hash Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, going to a training field to find out and start training his elemental affinities. He already knew that most likely he would have fire from the Uchiha blood, but he could have more or not even fire, better safe than sorry. Naruto was walking peacefully, keeping himself in the shadows not to have problems, until he heard someone crying. Checking so see who was it, he noticed it was Hinata. She had her knees to her chest and was crying. Naruto quickly rushed to her side. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He asked, worried to help her. Hinata, seeing Naruto, quickly hugged him, crying even more. Naruto tried to ask what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Naruto started whispering comforting words, saying it would be all right, until she fell asleep in his chest, tired from crying. Naruto picked her up bridal style and took her to his apartment. He laid her in his bed, took a chair and sit by her, said, grabbing her hand. He fell asleep minutes later. After a few hours, it was late at night, around 2 a.m. Hinata started to wake up, opening her eyes not knowing where she was. She jumped up, awakening Naruto, who was by her side. Seeing that he was by her side, she couldn't help but blush until she remembered everything that happened yesterday. Hinata-chan, what happened? You can tell me, I will help, Naruto said, trying his best to help her. Hinata was looking at the ground sad. She decided to tell him everything and started to remove a piece of cloth that was tied to her forehead. She removed it, showing a green tattoo. It was the cage bird seal. Naruto, seeing this, was shocked. They branded the heiress of the clan. My father said IWW as to W weak to be the HRSO of T the clan, so he be branded me and D disavowed F from the Hyuagase clan, she said, looking at the ground. Naruto was furious. How could they do that to family? Branding, it's a despicable decision, but to remove a member and even his daughter from the clan for being weak. It's okay, Hinata-chan, you are not weak and you have me, he said, slightly blushing. But I'm weak. I was almost kidnapped. I was the same age as you and you managed to save me. I'm nothing more than a loser, she replied, crying and yelling, letting all her anger and frustration out. No, Hinata, you are not weak. You are a kind, loyal, hard-working and a beautiful person, he said, getting blush from her. Look at me, he said, taking his hand to her chin and raising her head. They locked eyes and he continued. I'm hated by everyone in the village. They all call me demon and try to hurt me. To them I'm nothing more than a loser that shouldn't even be allowed to live, but I don't give up and I never surrender. That my Nindo, and one day I will prove to them that I'm strong, he exclaimed, getting a smile from her. Is it because of the Kekyuubi? She asked. She knew it would be sore subject. How do you know? Naruto asked, stuttering, a bit shocked. She knew. Well, when I use the Bakugan I can see the red chakra in your gut, and father told me stay away from you, and the villagers call you demon, so I did a bit of research, she said. Do you hate me? Naruto asked, wondering if he would lose his only friend. No, of course not. I know that you aren't the Kyuubi. You are a kind, cheerful and brave person, she said, hugging him. Naruto felt a tremendous weight leaving his shoulders. Hinata, let's work hard and prove to them that letting you go was the worst decision they could ever make. If you want I'll help you, he said. Really? She asked hopefully. Of course, I take care of the people I care about and love, Naruto said with a blush, lightly bending forward and softly kissing her in the lips. Hinata didn't expect that, but she also loved him, so she returned the kiss, gently moving her lips. She couldn't be happier. Her best friend, her crush, her love was kissing her and saying he loved her. Naruto couldn't be happier when Hinata returned the kiss. He thought that she never would like him more than friends. Slowly backing up and ending the kiss, they were both blushing. Hinata quickly hugged him and said between sobs, Naruto-kun, thank you, I love you too. I promise, Hina. She blushed at the affectionate name, that I will one day remove that seal. I promise that I'll protect you and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do, Naruto exclaimed, giving her his foxy grin and kissing her cheek until she fainted. Well, that lasted longer than I thought, he said, laughing. Couple weeks later, a couple of days after Naruto found Hinata, he asked if she would like to live with him, to which she accepted, and they began to do everything together, living, eating and training. They would even sleep cuddled together. Naruto taught Hinata the Kijibushin and even thought she could only make one, it was enough. They started sending them to the academy except in days where there was taijutsu training. Naruto also took Hinata to the Hokage and explained everything that happened. To say that the Hokage was pissed was an understatement, but since she was considered an orphan now, Sarutobi agreed to give her a month allowance until they became genin. Naruto suggested Hinata that they kept their connection a secret until they were older. He didn't want the villagers to give her the same treatment he receives. In the academy each took their different seats to not arouse suspicion. And so they started sending Kijibushin to the academy and training together. Hinata during the last days got to meet the Kyuubi, and when she found him with the gates open she fainted. Now we find the couple in a training ground. Naruto pulled chakra paper and gave one to Hinata. Okay Hina, this is chakra paper. It's used to test elemental affinities, just push chakra to it and we will see, explained Naruto. Pushing chakra to his paper, it crumbled altogether, showing a high affinity for lightning element. Then the paper split in two and burst into flames. See, I have 3 affinities. My primary seems lightning and secondaries wind and fire, he said, as he already suspected fire and lightning from his father. After all, he was an Uchiha and his Hirashin is a Raiten, lightning element, technique, so the wind must come from my mother. It was a shame that he didn't have any defensive element, but he could always create his own techniques. Hinata pushed chakra to her paper and it split in two, getting both sides wet. Looks like you have wind like me and also water. Now then, let's start training. I'll start with fire since our village is known for them. You should start with water because wind is extremely rare in Konoha, he explained, and both started the usual way. Naruto made 100 Kichi-push-ins and tried to burn a leaf, and Hinata getting it wet. Naruto and Hinata both went to the library in Henges. They didn't want any problems and got a few techniques for each of their natures. Naruto decided to go into the Uchiha compound since the Uchiha were known for their fire techniques, and with the Sharingan they should have plenty of techniques for all elements. Well, actually they would be breaking into a clan library and stealing techniques, but Naruto was an Uchiha so he should have access to them. Outside the Uchiha compound late night. Both Naruto and Hinata stood outside the Uchiha compound dressed purely in black. Naruto had his Sharingan active as well, Hinata's Bakugan to check for any other shinobis. Making their way through the gates and into the library that was located in the main house, they spotted their classmate Sasuke, who was awake. They quickly got behind him and knocked him out with a chop to the neck and made their way to the library. The library was huge to say the least, as expected from a power-hungry clan with copying eyes. The library was divided into sections: ninja arts, clan history, records and diaries. Both of them made their way to the shinobi section, and it had ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu sections. The ninjutsu section was divided in elements: fire element, water element, earth element, wind element, lightning element and non-elemental techniques. Each of this section was subdivided and had scrolls on how to learn each of these manipulations, but also techniques of various ranks. They started going through a few scrolls until Hinata said they are all blank, she said, getting a confused look from Naruto. Naruto could easily see the instructions for the jutsus until he discovered it. I get it, only someone with the Sharingan can read the contents of the scrolls, to anyone else they seem empty. It's a neat trick actually, he said, getting a frown from Hinata. Don't worry, I'll read them all and teach you the water jutsu I find, he said, making 20 Kichi-push-in and started going through the techniques. Fire element, Kaiten, Geiki no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, C rank. Sends a massive fireball to the enemy. Kaiten, Senkan no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank. Sends small fireballs to the enemy that burn on contact. Kaiten, Raika no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique, C rank. Sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy. Kaiten, Graika no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, B rank. Sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy. Improved version of Ryuuka no Jutsu. Kaiten, Keridan no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet, B rank. Created by Sundame Hokage. Sends a volley of small fireballs that melt anything or explode on contact. Kaiten, Zukokyu no Jutsu, Cranium Carver, B rank. Sends a fireball to the ground that explodes, creating massive heat wave. Kaiten, Heisekish no Jutsu, Ash Pile Burning, B rank. Sends a stream of chakra-empowered gunpowder and surrounds the enemy. The user can ignite the cloud by clicking its teeth, creating great explosion. Water Element, Mitsu Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Clone, B rank. Creates a water clone with 10% of the original strength. Mitsu Shuriken Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Shuriken, D rank. Creates and sends to the enemy water-formed shurikens. The numbers varies with the amount of chakra. Mitsu no Machi, Water Whip, C rank. The user creates a whip of water that can restrain or do the damage to the enemy. Suiten, Swishauha, Exploding Water Wave, A rank. The user expels large quantities of water through his mouth that crashed onto the enemy. Suiten, Beiku Swishauha, Great Exploding Water Wave, S rank. Improved version of Suiten, Swishauha. Suiten, Deibakufu no Jutsu, Waterfall Vortex, A rank. Creates a waterfall that then crashes down onto the enemy. Suiten, Suiridan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, B rank. Creates a water dragon that captures and smashes the enemy into the ground. Suiten, Suijin Heki, Water Wall, C rank. Creates a defensive water wall. Suiten, Suira no Jutsu, Water Prison, C rank. Creates a sphere of water that traps the enemy within, preventing their escape. Suiten, Tepodama, Water Bullet, C rank. The user launches couple of water bullets to the enemy. Earth Element, Sachi Bunshin no Jutsu, Earth Bushin, C rank. Creates an Earth Bushin. Doton, Shinjizanshu no Jutsu, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique, D rank. The user grabs the enemy from underground and emerges from it, burying the enemy. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Dragon Bullet, B rank. The user sends many earth bullets to the target. Doton, Doryuatiga, Mud River, B rank. The user creates a mud rivers that crashed into the enemy. Doton, Yomi Numa, Underworld Swamp, A rank. The user transforms the ground into a swamp that swallows and crushes the enemy. Doton, Doryua Heki, Earth Wall, C rank. The user creates an earth wall for defense. Doton, Damu, Earth Spear, C rank. The user creates earth spears that emerge from under the enemy. Wind Element Fuatan no Jutsu, Wind Release, C rank. The user breathes and releases a small wind that allows for reposition while mid-air. Fuatan, Datapa, Great Breakthrough, C rank. The user exhales a powerful and compressed gust of air that blows the enemy away. Fuatan, Case Shuriken, Wind Shuriken, B rank. The user envelops his own shurikens with a wind layer that slices through everything. Fuatan, Renkuuden, Vacuum Wind Bullet, A rank. The user creates bullets of pressurized air that are shot at the enemy. Fuatan, Shinkayuha, Air Blade, A rank. The user exhales a wind-like blade that slices through anything. Fuatan, Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb, A rank. The user exhales large sphere of pressurized air that explodes on contact. Fuatan, Repushao, Wind Wave, C rank. The user claps his hands together and unleashed a powerful wave of air, not needing to inhale. Lightning Element Raiten, Reikiyua, Lightning Ball, C rank. The user creates a ball of lightning that is hurled at the enemy, shocking him. Raiten, Kijibunshin no Jutsu, Lightning Clone, A rank. A shadow clone created with lightning chakra. When destroyed, this chakra is transferred to the enemy, shocking him. Raten, Jin, false darkness, B rank. The user emits a lightning spear from his hand that impales the enemy. Raten, Jibashi, electromagnetic murder, B rank. The user creates a wave of electricity that shocks everything around. Raten Rake, flash pillar, B rank. An illusion technique that blinds the enemy with bright light. Genjutsu Kokuenjiao no Jutsu, bringer of darkness, A rank. The user traps the enemy with a black void, blinding the enemy and dulling other senses. This illusion cannot be disrupted, only the user cancels it or is forced to release it. Migen, Shigaku Gukan no Jutsu, Hellfire technique, B rank, creates an illusion that makes the enemy think he is being burned alive. Migen, Chubaku Satsu, Tree Binding Death, B rank, illusion technique that grows a tree behind the enemy, freezing him place and allowing for the user to attack the enemy. Migen, Keisuke no Jutsu, Shackling Stakes, C rank. The user locks eyes with the enemy, effectively paralyzing him in place. Sharingan required. Migen, Kokani Arazu no Jutsu, False Surroundings, C rank. The user cast an illusion over an area, altering its appearance. Migen, Nij Kokani Arazu no Jutsu, Double False Surroundings, B rank. This technique places an illusion within the original illusion to mislead the enemy should he break the first one. Okay Hinata-chan, I've got most of them memorized, let's go, he said, and both left the Uchiha compound with a large inventory of techniques to later practice. They left the compound and were walking home. It was still early or late depending on the perspective. It was around 2 a.m. Hey Hinata-chan, since we still have time, do you want to check out the Hyuga clan library too? Naruto asked. He knew it was a sore subject, Hinata's family. He still remembered to help Hinata achieve one of her dreams. Flashback, couple days after Hinata started living with Naruto, Naruto and Hinata were eating together after their morning workout and started talking about their dreams and hopes for the future. So Hinata-chan, what are your dreams for the future? Naruto asked. Hinata was still a bit shy around him, but it was starting to change. At least her stuttering and fainting was gone, almost. I know I want to become a powerful kunoichi to prove that I'm not weak, but even though I was disavowed from my clan, I wish I could get rid of Caged Bird Seal and unite the families. I know I may sound naive, but even after my father expelling from the clan, the Branch family were always good to me and I want to help them back, she said with confidence. She didn't know it yet, but Naruto's personality was starting to rub on her. She was becoming more confident and even started helping Naruto in his pranks. You are not naive. You are a kind person and I did promise to remove your seal, and when I do we can plan to help the Branch family, he exclaimed. After all, with the help of his Kichibushins and his father's notes on Fuinjutsu, Naruto was progressing rather nicely. End flashback, I don't know if it's a good idea. I would be hard to sneak in unnoticed, she said. After all, the Bakugan was frequently used for scouting missions and was extremely difficult to sneak up into a Hyuga member, much less break into the compound. Oh please, they all say they have the all-seeing eye, but that didn't stop me for breaking into the compound and placing hitching powder on their underwear, Naruto said, remembering the laughs the Hyuga received when they were constantly scratching themselves. That was you? She asked, surprised. Of course, they always were stuck-up pricks, but I didn't do it to you, he said, assuring her. Okay, if you are sure we can sneak in then, she said. They made their way to the Hyuga compound and watched from afar. Naruto extended his sensing ability and found 4 guards guarding the entrances. Thankfully they didn't have the Bakugan activated. They made their way closer to the walls and waited for the guard to end his routine check. They channeled chakra to their feet and climbed the wall. Once inside, Hinata guided Naruto to the library since Naruto didn't actually know the compound all that well. Once inside the library, the same thing happened in the Uchihas, only a Bakugan user could read the scrolls. Apparently ninjutsu and genjutsu were practically non-existent. They must have thought it was inferior to rely on anything else other than their bloodline. Hinata quickly opened the scrolls and started copying them and giving them to Naruto, which he was storing them in a storage seal he brought. Naruto's Fuinjutsu was quite good for his age. He knew how to make simple storage scrolls of all kinds and was starting on medium-level Fuinjutsu. They left the compound with the specifics of the gentle fist style, which Hinata already knew the basics and the techniques they used. Hakku Shao, 8 divination signs air palm. The user concentrates chakra on his palm and thrust it forward, sending a chakra wave to the enemy. Hakkrokuju Ion Shao, 8 divination signs, 64 palms of the hand. The user closes the main 64 tenketsus of the enemy at an amazing speed. Hakkhyakuna Hachishao, 8 divination signs, 128 palms of the hand, similar to the previous technique, however it closes 128 points, knocking out the enemy almost instantly. Hakshao Kaitan, 8 divination palms of the hand, heavenly spin. The user starts spinning and releasing chakra from all his tenketsu, forms a protective dome around him that deflects all attacks. It's considered the Hyuga ultimate defense. Armed with new techniques, they started training with more, mostly Hinata. She wanted to master the Hyuga gentle fist to later in life prove to them that with hard work one can outclass a genius. A couple of years have passed and Naruto and Hinata have grown quite a bit. They were now both 10 years old and each of them were slightly taller than kids of the same age due to their constant training. Both Naruto and Hinata were very strong when compared to others of their age, if you could even compare. In the academy, physical shinobi conditioning and training only start when the students are 12 years old, in which they learn the academy taijutsu style coupled with ninjutsu. If they were to face Naruto or Hinata, they would get demolished. They were both well-rounded shinobi, however Naruto still couldn't cast a low-level genjutsu without Sharingan to save his life. Actually, he found it easier to cast high-ranking genjutsus that required more chakra than low-level ones. Even though Naruto focused a lot in chakra control, bringing it to Jonin levels, he still couldn't do a single Bushin. He either did at least 50 or the one will fail. Naruto finally mastered bow staff but decided to learn kenjutsu since his mother was one of the best in the leaf. Since he couldn't get in most shops, he bought couple of books in weapons forging. Since he had fire nature, he decided to forge his own weapons with scrap metal and other weapons he found in training fields. In time he would buy chakra metal for a proper sword. In fact, both of them learn kenjutsu and the same style, however Naruto favored speed and strength and Hinata, being more flexible, preferred to dodge the strikes. This type of kenjutsu style, much like his taijutsu, was based on parrying or dodging the attacks with quick strikes meant to end the battle in one strike. This was the kenjutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kushina before her death was on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This group was composed by the greatest swordsmen of the mist and were not to be underestimated. In fact, each of their swords had special abilities that favored each of their styles. Kushina in fact was known as Konoha's Red Death due to her crimson red hair color. Naruto also learned the gentle fist with Hinata and both practiced until perfected. Even though Naruto's Sharingan couldn't see the chakra points, he adapted the style for pressure points. One of the problems they had was Hinata's low chakra pool, so they focused on that for almost last year and managed to increase her levels quite a bit. She had low Jonin chakra levels and Kij level control. Naruto had high Kij chakra levels and Jonin level control. Naruto realized that Hinata was actually quite proficient in the gentle fist and asked her why did their family treat that badly when she was quite talented. The fact was that in order to learn the gentle fist effectively and train their stances and techniques, one would have to use another as test subject, and closing tenketsus was quite painful, so Hinata refused to that to the branch members. Hinata was too kind to even try and harm someone in order to train, but with Naruto that wasn't a problem. Naruto used the shadow clone techniques to provide Hinata as much guinea pigs as she wanted, and doing so her technique skyrocketed and she even managed to hold her ground against Naruto in taijutsu. In ninjutsu they both mastered their chosen affinities and the jutsu they had. Hinata started in wind and Naruto started in lightning. One interesting fact was that Naruto discovered was that he had high lightning affinity similar to Nadame's water affinity. In fact, Naruto wasn't really a sensor in the normal terms since he didn't sense chakra. Naruto, due to his lightning affinity, could actually feel the bioelectricity of the people around him. Knowing that he had such an affinity, he started investing more and more in this element. He went to his father's library and gathered all the lightning techniques that he could. Now we find Naruto walking through the village heading for the Hokage Tower. The villagers still sent the usual glares and they would still try and harm him, but now with his training he managed to escape. He could have fought them, but he chose not to harm them. He didn't want to give the poor Hokage more paperwork. Hash hash Hokage Tower hash hash. He arrived at the Hokage Tower and made his way up. Arriving at the Hokage's office, he turned to the secretary. He never liked her and the feeling was mutual. She was one of the idiotic civilians who couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and sealed kunai. Just let it go, Kit, someday they will understand, the Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded inwardly. Good morning. I came to talk with the Hokage, is he available? Naruto asked politely, as he for once didn't want trouble. She looked up and saw that thing in front of her and with a disgusting face said, what would the Hokage want with a thing like you? She spat. You should be careful on how you address me, one wrong word and I have permission to separate your head from your shoulders, he said in a serious tone while releasing a bit of killer intent, as she was a civilian and too much could kill her. The Hokage will see you now, she quickly said, fearing for her life while showing a false smile. Naruto opened the door to see a smiling face of the Hokage. Naruto-kun, how have you been? The Hokage asked. I'm fine, actually I have a favor to ask you, he said, to which the Hokage raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. What do you need? He said. Well, you see, I'm running a bit low on cash this month and I know that I'm not a shinobi yet, but would it possible for me to get a couple of D ranks? He said, looking at the Hokage's thinking face. The Hokage pondered the situation. Genins always hate these missions and they tend to stockpile, besides it couldn't hurt, he thought. Sure Naruto-kun, but you do realize that these missions are normally done with a Jonin sensei and their Genin squad, so they will take long for you, he said. No problem old man, I can create my own army if I need, Naruto said, placing his fingers in a cross form, channeling summer chakra, and in a puff of smoke 20 clones appeared in the office. The Hokage jaw hit the floor seeing a 10-year-old pool of B-rank kinjutsu. Where did you learn that? You do realize that techniques is a kinjutsu for its massive chakra usage, he said, trying to make Naruto understand the dangers of the technique. Relax Gigi, I copied it when I was watching Kakashi and a weird guy named Guy in green spandex shouting something about flames of youth spa, besides I have a crap ton of chakra, I can easily make 1,000 clones and still be in fighting condition, he said with a smirk. The Hokage nodded slowly. Kami, he can make 1,000 clones at 10 years old. I know he's a Jinchuriki, person with tailed beast sealed inside, but, damn. He will be a chakra powerhouse. He thought. Okay Naruto, since you still aren't an official ninja, I'll give you the missions and later when you become one I'll add them to your file. Come with me to the mission room, the Hokage said, and they both left the Hokage's office heading towards the mission room. Konoha's mission room. So, let's see what we got here, the Hokage said, going through the available missions. How many do you want? Seeing as you can create a bunch of clones, I think you might be able to clear our workload, the Hokage continued. Naruto pondered. Give me 10 missions, if I have time today I'll do a few more. Besides, Hinata decided to go visit Kuinai, so I'll have the day for the missions, Naruto said, picking the scrolls and opening the first. Damn cat, Naruto thought as he read the first mission. It was to retrieve a fearsome beast. The name of said beast was Tora, the one-tailed demon cat. Oh please, I got 8 more tails, Kyuubi said. Besides, we can always burn her a crisp and blame enemy ninja, Kyuubi said, chuckling, and Naruto sweat dropped. Few hours later. Come here Tora, here kitty, Naruto said, trying to approach the cat without having her fleeing. Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and jumped, catching the cat. Tora didn't find it much fun as she started clawing him all over the place. Oh hell, I'm tired of this, Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. He looked at Tora and said, Magen, Keisuke no Jutsu, shackling stakes. The Genjutsu paralyzed Tora, and Naruto said, Magen, Chigakuguka no Jutsu, Hellfire technique. This new genjutsu made Tora think she was being burned alive. Muhahaha, Naruto chuckled evilly as Tora screamed in pain. Kyuubi, seeing this, sweat dropped and thought, I got a dumbass for a container. A /N, for evil laugh check, next mission helping farmer Naruto made his way for his next mission. He read the scroll and the mission was to cultivate a piece of land since the farmer didn't have enough time to do it himself. Naruto arrived at the site. The farmer's house was actually almost outside of the village and the land itself was fairly big. Judging from the size of the land, it most likely was for planting the vegetables and later selling them. Naruto approached the client and started doing his job. The client didn't seem happy they sent the demon brat, but at least the Kyuubi would working for him. Almost an hour was due and Naruto continued his work using a hoe to groom the land peacefully and undisturbed until slam. A noise echoed through the clearing as the sound of metal clashing. Naruto removed a couple inches of dirt until he saw a metal door in the ground. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he moved to open the hatch. Once opened, he saw a bunch of stairs that seemingly lead underground. As a curious kid he carefully made his way down. As he was going down, he couldn't help but notice the smell. One of the things of having the Kyuubi inside of him was that it gave enhanced senses, primarily smell and hearing. The smell itself was of death and putrefaction. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought as he began to explore what appeared a vast underground base with a long corridor with multiple rooms connected. Checking a few rooms, even him couldn't help himself but to throw up. In one of the rooms of skeletons of people and a few others still decomposing. Going in further and checking another room, he could see vials spread along the table with strange colored liquids, and he wisely decided it would be best not to touch them. As he continued exploring the base, he kept wondering how could this exist here and be kept a secret. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed that whoever lived here left in a hurry. This smell, snakes, Naruto was thinking when suddenly he pieced together the facts. He read in the library about a shinobi that used snakes as summons and defected Konoha after was found doing twisted experiments with children that he kidnapped. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, Naruto concluded and made a shadow clone and said go tell the old man. The clone left and Naruto continued exploring, gazing into the rooms so he could have a brief idea of what it contained. One of the rooms appeared to be a small study room. Entering the room and making his way to the table, he saw a few seals and a multitude of vials of blood with various names in them: Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato and few others Naruto didn't recognize. What could possibly Orochimaru want the blood of my father, not to mention the Senju brothers? Naruto kept wondering until he saw a few notes written in what it seemed to be a diary. He continued reading until that twisted bastard, Hokage office Hiruzen was having a normal day in his office, and by normal I say he was cursing Minato for leaving him with the paperwork when suddenly he saw Naruto bursting through the door. Old man, Naruto started, I think I found one of Orochimaru's old bases, to which the Hokage yelled, what? I was doing one of the missions and I was cultivating a field until I hit a metal hatch. After opening it and checking inside, it reeked of snakes and there were dead bodies all over. Naruto said. Anbu, the Hokage said, and in front of him appeared an Anbu with a weasel mask, kneeling before the Hokage and waiting for orders. Bring me Ibuki and Anko. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said and vanished in a puff of smoke. The Hokage turned to Naruto. Naruto, are the original? He asked, to which Naruto shook his head negatively. Boss is in checking the rest of the base and making sure no one enters it, the close responded. Then tell him to continue guarding the entrance until Anko and Ibuki arrive, then tell him to come here immediately after, the Hokage said, getting a nod before the clone dispelled. Orochimaru base. Naruto was still going through the base until the memories of the clone hit him and he stopped and gathered what he was doing and made his way to the entrance. Naruto waited a couple of minutes before a man and woman dropped in front of him. The man was about 193 centimeters, 6'4", had wore traditional black Anbu pants and a black jacket. He also wore a long-sleeved black jacket and a scarf that covered the top of his head. The man had a few scars in his face. Naruto recognized him from a couple of pranks he pulled. He was Morino Ibuki, a Takubetsu special Jonin and the commander of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. Besides Ibuki was a woman who had approximately 167 centimeters, 5'55". She wore a full-body mesh armor with a short brown skirt and a long trench coat that barely covered her D-cup breasts. She had purple pineapple-style hair and brown eyes. Naruto assumed that this woman was Anko. Naruto, facing both of them, turned towards the woman and said, I assume you are Anko. I'm the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko, she exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air, to which Naruto's sweat dropped. I was doing a D rank and came across this base, and after exploring it I concluded it belonged to Orochimaru, so I informed the Hokage. My work is done, knock yourself out, Naruto said and left towards the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office and saw him with a saddened and thoughtful look. Naruto assumed it had to do with Orochimaru. After all, he was one of Hiruzen's most prized students, a genius that comes once in a lifetime. However, he got caught in his own ambitions. I'm here, old man, Naruto said, getting the Hokage's attention. I don't even know if this should be called luck or not, the Hokage said, sighing. Was Naruto's genius of an answer. You said that you were low on cash and wanted a few D-ranks missions, and you end up finding one of my old students' laboratory. Naruto nodded and the Hokage continued, since you found it, I'm upgrading the mission to S rank. You are never to speak of it, and everything you found and saw inside you are never to reveal. Are we clear? the Hokage said in serious and demanding tone. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied as if he was a usual shinobi that brought a small smile to the man's face. "I would call it luck," Naruto said, grinning. "Well then, I'm gonna get going. See you later, Jiji," he said, and the Hokage nodded. Once Naruto left the room, the Hokage leaned back in his chair, lost in his thoughts. The wonders of D ranks, the Hokage thought, chuckling to himself. He got out of his thought and got back to work. The Hokage looked at the amount of paperwork and yelled, "Damn you, Minato, hash hash." 4 years later, hash hash. The sun is just starting to appear and shine above Konoha. People are starting to open their shops for another ordinary day. However, to some people this is no ordinary day, if you can say so. 4 long years have passed and now both Naruto and Hinata are 14 years old, and today is graduation day. During these last 4 years their growth was tremendous, and if we were to estimate their current level of power, one can say that in terms of skill Hinata's Taijutsu is Kage level, same as Naruto's ninjutsu and Taijutsu. However, if we were to be realistic, their Taijutsu is Jonin level, because, even though they both use gravity seals to increase strength and speed, their bodies are still developing and can't compete against adults with also lacking experience. However, these rules do not apply to ninjutsu, even less Naruto. With his massive chakra reserves that dwarf even the Hokage of the Leaf and reasonable control. In fact, Naruto must constantly train chakra control because of his ever-increasing reserves. In fact, Naruto is a chakra powerhouse in terms of ninjutsu, with his high affinity for lightning coupled with fire and wind natures, all of them offensive ones. There isn't much of an obstacle Naruto can't surpass. In the last 4 years Hinata has become master of her own Taijutsu style derived from the gentle fist, to which she calls flowing fist, which, much like the name says, Hinata, due to her natural flexibility, flows through the enemy, dodging all offensive attacks while closing the enemy's chakra points. Even though her own Taijutsu style is extremely strong, she still is very proficient in the original gentle fist. In Naruto's case, his Taijutsu style is very different. He trained his father's style and mastered it. However, if the enemy had some sort of shield, attacking the enemy pressure points would be pointless, a /n, no pun intended. So Naruto developed his very own style, combining the best offensive style of the Goken, strong fist, and pressure point damage with the defensive style of the Uchiha's interceptor fist, creating what he called Dragon Fist. However, he can add one small twist, if you can call it that. Naruto, after his training in lightning, managed to envelop his own fists and foots in a coat of lightning chakra, which, if makes contact with the enemy, can either massively increase the power of the strike or send the lightning chakra to the enemy's chakra circulatory system to effectively numb the area of the hit. This Taijutsu style is called Raken, lightning fist. Actually, since both Naruto and Hinata have wind affinity, they can create invisible chakra wind blades in their fingers. Invisible to anyone without Daojutsu, of course. Using this technique they can inflict damage to wherever they hit, damaging their muscles and disabling the enemy. In the ninjutsu department, one can say Naruto is a monster, with his 3 affinities completely mastered and all of them offensive. Naruto is a force to be reckoned with. His arsenal contains a vast amount of techniques for every affinity, including a few creations of his own. Even though Hinata's has high chakra levels if compared to anyone her age, she has Jonin level chakra reserves when should be Genin. Her advantage over Naruto comes from extreme high chakra control, rivaling Tsunade herself. Due to her control, she learned a few medicinal jutsus for self-healing if necessary, since Naruto has the Fox's chakra. Going for the genjutsu section, let's just say the Naruto sucks at it. The only genjutsu Naruto is even able to cast without the Sharingan activated is Kokuin Jiao no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, a genjutsu created by the Nadame Hokage and considered a kinjutsu due to the fact that even after activated it continues to drain chakra constantly. If we check Hinata, due her control she can pretty much use all genjutsu she knows but restrains from using the Kokuenjiao no Jutsu, bringer of darkness, since she can't spend such amount of chakra. In the weapons section both of them are extremely masterful with kunais, shurikens and senbon but also kenjutsu. Naruto named the style he and Hinata learned Isia no Ryuken, Dragon's Cry sword style, /n, not my style, read it somewhere. Since the fact their shinobi life is about to begin, Naruto had previously forged their own swords. Naruto's sword was a Chokuto, straight single-edged sword, created with chakra metal for his lightning affinity. It was 20 inches long without hilt. The handle was dark orange with black stripes and in the center the Uzumaki swirl. /n, check profile for image. Hinata has a similar sword being the handle in lavender color. In Fuinjutsu Naruto truly honors the Uzumaki clan. His ingenuity in the art of Fuinjutsu truly is amazing. Naruto is officially a level 10 seal master. Level 10 of 10. Actually Naruto even has some of his own creations and is currently working on his father's Hirashin technique. However, the Shiki formula of the Hirashin must be created for its own user, so Naruto cannot use his father's kunais. Since the Shiki formula is tied to the user's blood, Naruto has to admit that his father truly was magnificent in creating such a simple yet complex technique. Hinata also has training in Fuinjutsu but not so extensive as Naruto. Since Naruto used his shadow clone army to pretty much devour every book. In fact, I believe that Naruto managed to read almost every book in the library. One might not believe it, but Naruto focused a lot of shadow clones in politics and laws of Konoha since he would have to, one day, put up with the council. In the last section we have medical training. Neither of them have extensive medical training. Hinata can use a few simple techniques to heal superficial wounds. However, both of them have pretty good grasp of poisons and antidotes but also human anatomy. It's in here that the senbon come into play. Naruto can use senbon to mix with his pressure point taijutsu if necessary but also coat the senbon with paralyzing or killing poison of his own creation. All in all, both Naruto and Hinata are extremely skilled and resourceful shinobi even though they are actually civilians. However, any civilian that can use chakra can be considered a shinobi. Graduation day, Naruto's house. The sun was coming up, its beams breaking through the window. Naruto was peacefully sleeping but began to stir as the sun started shining through the room. Looking down, he saw what most likely was an angel. Hinata was sleeping with her head in his chest, the sun hitting her pale skin making her glow almost like a goddess. Kissing her in the forehead, she started to stir and yawning. Tempted to open her eyes, she noticed a hand slowly caressing her hair. She knew it was Naruto. She didn't want to leave his warmth and tried to snuggle closer to him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto, seeing this, chuckled. "Hina-chan," he started, "we have to get up. Don't forget it's graduation day," he said as he made a kijibushin to go make breakfast. "I don't want to get up." She pouted. "You are required to be my pillow," she stated, to which he smirked. Pulling her chin up, he slowly placed a kiss in her lips, waking up his sleeping beauty. "Come on now, he said, rolling both of them with him on top of her. He placed a few kisses along her neck, making her giggle. "Fine," she said, finally agreeing with the blonde. Getting up and starting to get dressed. "Hina-chan, it's time," he said, and Hinata nodded. Today was the day their masks would come off. They were more than powerful enough to protect themselves and let the world see who they really were. Of course they wouldn't show off to the world, but the dead last, Dobby, loud-mouthed blonde and the shy and kind Hinata were no more. Naruto now was about 165 centimeters, 5'4" and had 2 fangs of blonde hair that framed his face. He wore orange baggy pants with black flames in the bottom with white strapping in his right leg. He had white jacket with orange endings and mid-length black sleeves. In the back of the jacket it had kanji 49. He wore black fingerless gloves with metal on the back of the hand and in each wrist bracelets with storage seals for kunai, shuriken, senbon and his sword and small belt with numerous other scrolls. Anyone who saw him now wouldn't even recognize him. Hinata was slightly shorter than him, but if we would compare to the rest of the class, she was one of the tallest person there. She wore black pants with white strappings holding kunai pouch and a white bulky jacket with white fur. She also has a lavender piece of cloth tied in her forehead, a gift from Naruto. A /N, like canon in part 1 without Hyuga clan symbol. "You look handsome, Narukan," she said in a sweet voice that sent shivers to the blonde. "Boss, breakfast is ready," the clone said and brought milk and cereals, bacon and eggs for breakfast. They both silently ate and started preparing for the last day in the academy. Thank Kami, Naruto thought. After breakfast both left the house and headed towards the academy. Hinata was wrapped around Naruto's right arm. It didn't matter anymore who saw them. It was the beginning of their shinobi careers. The walk was rather calm, many of the villagers didn't even recognize Naruto. Arriving at the academy they realized it was a bit earlier. They made their way to the back of the classroom and sit waiting for their classmates and sensei. Soon after their arrival the classroom started filling and moments later entered the almighty Uchiha Sasuke, followed of course by his horde of horny fangirls. Sasuke scanned the room and spotted both Hinata and someone with her. Discarding it he made his way to the first row and took the seat by the windows so he could gaze outside when bored. Moments later Yumi no Iruka walked toward the door. Said person had black pants and standard chunin flat jacket. He had brown hair tied in a ponytail and large scar across his nose. "Good morning class," he said. Checking the classroom and noticing he didn't get their attention he used his patented big head jutsu and yelled silence. Everyone quieted down. Iruka started calling his students to mark their presence, until he reached Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was about to answer when another one beat him to it. "Looks like Dobby if failing again," Sasuke said, getting laughs from everyone. "Are you all blind?" a voice from the back of the classroom said. Getting everyone attention and looking at him like he was a ghost he said, "Yo," waving his hand. "Present, Iruka-sensei." Everyone was blinking at said person, still processing that he was Naruto. Naruto?" The pink banshee, a Sakura, asked. "The one and only," he said with his foxy grin. The whole class looked at the new look and was a vast improvement over the old one. "Gotta say the new outfit looked pretty good." Iruka snapped over the surprise and finished his list. "As you all know, Iruka, started today is your graduation exam. At the end of the today those who pass will become shinobi of the leaf. We will start with written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu and finally ninjutsu. Now let's begin," Iruka said and started handing out the exams. As he got near Naruto a discreet smile appeared in Mitsuki. Mitsuki was Iruka's assistant and like many others he hated the demon brat and tried everything so he could fail and have his revenge. Naruto sensed something strange about his exam and discreetly activated his Sharingan and discovered a well-placed genjutsu in his test. Making a half tiger hand seal and saying in his mind "Kai," the genjutsu dispelled and showed the real exam that Naruto started filling, and after 20 minutes he was already done, as was Hinata, and both waited for the rest of the class. "Okay class, time's up," Iruka said, and Mitsuki got up and started collecting the exams. After which the class moved to the training field for the weapons exam. "Alright class, you have here 10 kunai and 10 shuriken that you must throw and hit the marks," Iruka explained and started calling names, and each of the students moved forward for the evaluation. "Uchiha Sasuke," Iruka called, and suddenly every fangirl was yelling, "Sasuke is the best, go Sasuke, show them." Hinata seeing this rolled her eyes and thought, and they called themselves Shinobi, Sasuke doesn't even care about them. Sasuke picked up the weapons and expertly threw them at the same time like the elite he was. Every single kunai hit dead center in the dummies, as well most of the shuriken except one that missed the high scoring area. "Well done Sasuke, you got 19 out of 20, Iruka said, and the fangirl group went wild. Sasuke was going back to his place and bumping Naruto said, "Beat that Dobi." "Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka called. The blonde simply took the weapons and realized that they were blunt, simply shrugging it off and discreetly channeling a bit of lightning chakra through them so they would stick to the dummy. He threw them all at the same time, hitting every single target dead center. Iruka eyes widened. "Gee, good job Naruto, you got perfect score 20 out of 20, Iruka said, congratulating him. The fangirls of course started yelling that Naruto cheated, and Sasuke simply scowled. The blonde. "Hyuga Hinata," Iruka called. Hinata, much like Naruto, walked up and picked up the weapons and without flinching effortless threw them, hitting every single target like Naruto. Iruka jaw dropped. "What is up today? Hinata never was good in weapons." Congratulating Hinata, Iruka finished the rest of the class and moved to the Taijutsu exam. "Okay class, for the next exam you must hold your ground against Mitsuki for 2 minutes. Mitsuki won't go very much on the offensive, but be prepared," Iruka explained. "Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka called. "Finally, I get my hands on the demon," Mitsuki thought. Naruto, seeing the twisted smile in Mitsuki's face, decided to make him suffer a little bit. Taking his stance, knees bent with right leg slightly forward. Right arm extended forward with right palm facing the enemy while the left arm coiled near the waist. Iruka eyes widened when he recognized the stance. "But that's the gentle fist stance," Iruka said. "Poor Dobi, he even doesn't know what he's doing," Sasuke said, getting laughs from the rest of the class. "Looks like Naru-kun is going to play around for a little bit," Hinata thought with a giggle. "Hajime, start," Iruka said, and immediately Mitsuki shot forward with a closed fist trying to punch him. Naruto slightly grabbed his fist and turned to dodge. Seeing Mitsuki stumble forward, Naruto slightly touched Mitsuki's shoulder, closing one tenketsu, disabling his left arm. "What did you do to me?" Mitsuki asked, enraged as he couldn't feel his left arm. "I closed the main chakra point in your left shoulder, disabling your arm. It's over, you can't win," Naruto explained. "But how? You don't have the Bakugan," Iruka said. "How in the world could Naruto be able to close tenketsus?" "True, however the chakra points are fixed in the enemy's network, so I can remember where they are and estimate their location seeing my enemy. After that I send a small burst of chakra for area of effect, since I can't actually know exactly where the chakra point is. But nonetheless it works," Naruto explained. He got surprised faces from everyone minus Hinata. To think it's possible to use Gentle Fist without their Daojutsu, Iruka thought. "You damn brat, you are going to pay," Mitsuki said and pushed forward blindly. As he came close to Naruto, he simply smirked and said, "You are in my field of divination. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hakkrokuju Shao," Naruto said, finishing his attack, sending Mitsuki crashing to the wall and leaving him unconscious. Naruto left the ring area with everyone staring at him. He just pulled a main house secret technique of the Hyuga clan. "Cheetah," the fangirls yelled. "How can that Dobi defeat a Chunin? That power should belong to me, an elite," Sasuke thought, brooding in his spot. Iruka gave everyone 30 minutes interval while he picked up and took Mitsuki to the infirmary. "Alright, since Naruto knocked out Mitsuki, we are going to have the students fight in one-on-one while I observe," Iruka explained. "Hyuga Hinata vs Yamane Karino," Iruka called out. "Poor girl, try to don't get hurt, Hinata," Ino taunted, to which Hinata rolled her eyes. It was time to show them who they were. Hajime Ino quickly dashed forward. Hinata simply raised her right hand, aiming for Ino, channeling chakra to her palm. She said, "Hakkuru, air palm." A blast of air was sent and hit Ino dead center in her chest, throwing her out of the ring and onto the ground, leaving her unconscious. "You cheated, it's taijutsu only," Sakura screeched, making everyone bring their hands to their ears. "That attack is considered taijutsu, sorry," Hinata explained. "What in the world is going here?" Hinata was never that good at taijutsu and Naruto always seemed like a street brawler, Iruka thought. Iruka picked Ino up and did quick check-up on her and left her leaned against a wall waiting for her to wake up so she can pit it against someone, since he didn't see her do much. After the taijutsu exam was over, everyone went inside the classroom while Iruka called which student individually for the ninjutsu portion. "Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka called, and Naruto got up and made his down the stairs and stood in front of the classroom facing Iruka. "Good luck, Dobi, you are going to need it," Sasuke said, smirking. "Fool," Naruto thought. "Okay, Naruto, please perform the Henge no Jutsu," Iruka said, and there was a poof of smoke, and in front of Iruka was a man that, even though Iruka knew it was a Henge, gave him shivers as he looked at his eyes. The man's eyes were glowing and it was the Sharingan. The man in front of Iruka was Uchiha Madara. "Why of all people did you pick that man?" Kyuubi asked. The Kyuubi despised Madara after all. "You may not like him and he may have done more bad than good, but he still was a powerful shinobi and I have his legacy to honor," Naruto thought, getting sneer from the Kyuubi. Interesting choice," Iruka said, discarding the shivers and continuing with the exam. "Now get ready for Kawarimi," said Iruka as he picked up a blunt kunai and threw it at Naruto. Naruto switched with a chair that was nearby. "Well done, Naruto, now do at least 2 bushins," Iruka said. Naruto always sucked at bushins and Naruto himself knew he couldn't create a single bushin to save his life. "Bushin no jutsu," Naruto said and tried to release the least amount of chakra possible. There was a poof of smoke and in the ground there was a dead clone. The whole class started laughing. "Still can't do a damn bushin, Iruka-sensei, is it okay if I use another type of bushin?" Naruto asked. "Sure, not problem," Iruka answered, wondering what kind of bushin Naruto was going to do. "Kij bushin no jutsu," Naruto said. There was a poof of smoke and in front of Iruka were 10 perfect clones of Naruto. Naruto smirked at the reaction of his teacher. Iruka jaw dropped seeing Naruto pulling an B-rank kinjutsu. "Wow, Naruto, Kij bushin is a Jonin level bushin, congratulations, you pass," Iruka said. Naruto smirked and picked his hitayat in black and tied it around his forehead. Hinata went shortly after and she too aced the exam, however she could do perfect bushins unlike poor Naruto. "Okay class, the exams are over, congratulations to everyone that passed." This year's Rookie of the Year is Uzumaki Naruto and top Kunoichi is Hyuga Hinata, Iruka said, happy that Naruto passed and not only that he was Rookie of the Year. What? Kiba yelled. How can the dead last be Rookie of the Year? He asked. Very simple, both Naruto and Hinata aced the written exam, got perfect scores in the weapons exam but also Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, Iruka explained. Is nothing but a loser. I'm an Uchiha elite. I demand a duel between us for the title, Sasuke said. It's your choice Naruto, Iruka said. Let's go outside, Baker, Naruto said and Sasuke smirked thinking he could take him on. Hinata just shook her head knowing where this was going. That idiot'll going to end up in the hospital. Everyone left the classroom and came to the training ground. Naruto and Sasuke stepped inside the ring facing each other, each one doing half tiger seal signifying they were ready for battle. Now this is a duel for title of Rookie of the Year, you can use anything. However, no crippling or killing strike, understood? Iruka said. Getting nods from both of them, he said Hajime. Deciding to prove his superiority and intending to end this match quickly, Sasuke dashed forward and throwing him a punch. Naruto simply sidestepped the punch, he brought his knee and hit Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke bent forward from the strike giving Naruto opportunity to give a chop in the back of his neck leaving him unconscious on the ground. It's done, Naruto said and of course the fangirls started yelling the Naruto cheated. Congratulations Naruto, you are Rookie of the Year along with Hinata, Iruka said and both Naruto and Hinata left the academy with her wrapped around his arm. Of course Kiba seeing this got mad that Naruto was leaving with his Hinata. However, the rest of the class just kept wondering what happened today. Everyone except Shikamaru that always suspected that Naruto was hiding his true strength. Shikamaru may look lazy and unfocused but he is also extremely intelligent and observant. Naruto and Hinata were walking together going to have dinner out as a celebration for graduating and becoming Shinobi of the Leaf. They were walking to Ishiraku's when Naruto sensed someone running through the woods. Of course Naruto remembered when Hinata was kidnapped, people running through the woods is always suspicious. Both of them decided to see what was happening and went after that person. Outpost Mitsuki was running through the woods with a large scroll in his back unaware that he was being tailed. Stopping near a small shack, he sit on the ground, opened and started reading from the scroll. With the scroll of seals, Orochimaru-sama is going to give more power than I can dream of, Mitsuki thought out loud. Naruto and Hinata wearing this were about to jump him and retrieve the scroll when out of the sudden Iruka dropped in front of Mitsuki. Mitsuki, how could you do this? You betrayed the leaf, Iruka said. He didn't understand how his best friend could betray the leaf and steal the scroll. Simple Iruka, I want power and when I give Orochimaru-sama this scroll he's going to give more power that you can dream of, Mitsuki said. He pulled couple of shurikens and threw them at Iruka yelling Shuriken Kijibushin no Jutsu, the shurikens multiplied to 20. Iruka seeing this hesitated and ended up pinned against a tree. Mitsuki took out a Fuuma shuriken and dashed forward with it spinning intending to end Iruka once and for all. Naruto seeing this jumped in the middle of them, kicking Mitsuki back. Naruto, Iruka said surprised to see him. Hinata heal Iruka-sensei, I'll take care of him, Naruto said. Hi, she replied and started healing Iruka. You damn demon. Have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Mitsuki asked and Naruto raised an eyebrow. No Mitsuki, it's forbidden, Iruka yelled. 14 years ago the Yondaime didn't kill the Kyuubi, he sealed it in you. You are the Kyuubi reborn, Mitsuki said expecting to break the brat so he could escape. Are you an idiot? He asked rhetorically. Mitsuki narrowed his eyes, wondering how it didn't do anything. I've known about the Kyuubi since I was 5 years old. Hell, I've been talking to him ever since. Did you even wonder why I have the kanji 49 in my jacket? It's because I take pride in being a Jinchuriki. My life may not have been easy, but I'm happy that the Yondaime chose me, Naruto said, getting shocked faces from both Mitsuki and Iruka. Enough talk, and since you broke the third's law I have permission to kill you, Naruto explained. Try it, Demon Fox, Mitsuki said, and took the last of Fuuma's shurikens and threw it at him. Naruto dodged the shuriken and went through a couple of hand seals and said, Kaiten, Gukeikyua no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Mitsuki's eyes widened when he saw the fireball coming. He jumped to the left where Naruto was waiting and gave him a fierce kick to the ribs, sending Mitsuki crashing to the trees. Mitsuki barely got up since he got a couple of broken ribs. Trying his best to find the demon brat when suddenly something grabbed his ankle. Looking down, he saw a hand sticking of the ground grabbing him tightly. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, double suicide decapitation technique, Naruto said, dragging and burying Mitsuki, leaving only his head out of the ground. Mitsuki tried to get out but got nowhere. Naruto picked up the scroll of seals and caught a glimpse of a technique. Opening the scroll, it said Bunshin Deibakuha, clone explosion, B rank. Closing the scroll, he put it in his back and went to Iruka as Hinata was finishing to heal him. How are you feeling, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. Iruka was one of a few people Naruto cared about. I'm fine, thanks to you, he replied. Moments later, Anbu arrived at the scene and took Iruka, Naruto and Hinata to the Hokage and Mitsuki to Ibuki. Hokage office. Anbu arrived with the three of them at the Hokage office. Naruto delivered the scroll of seals to the Hokage. Well done, Naruto, due to yours and Hinata's help we managed to secure the scroll of seals and catch a traitor. I'm considering this a B-rank mission. I saw what happened through my crystal ball and I know you learned a jutsu from the scroll. Just be careful with that one. Anything else I might do for you in compensation? The Hokage asked. He was secretly happy that Naruto took his training serious. Actually, there is Jiji, Naruto said, and got smacked in the head by Iruka. Show some respect to the Hokage, you brat, Iruka said. Don't worry so much, Iruka, the Hokage said. I want to ask you if I could be on the same team as Hinata-chan and without Sasuke. We both know there will come a time I will need my eyes and I don't want problems, he said, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow considering the request. I know what you are thinking. I bet you were considering placing me along with Sasuke and Hinata, since Rookie of the Year goes with Kunoichi of the Year, and have a create a heavy assault team. Naruto explained and continued, however you can still get the same benefits if you have Kiba, Sasuke and Sakura for the heavy assault team, and you can have a perfect tracking team along with heavy assault with me, Hinata and Shino, since I have my eyes and I'm a sensor, Naruto finished. Eyes? Iruka asked. The Hokage, seeing Naruto asking him what to do, silently said, it's up to you, Naruto, the Hokage said. Iruka-sensei, if you promise to not tell anyone until I reveal it, I will tell you, Naruto said, and Iruka replied, you can trust me, Naruto, you know that. Look into my eyes, Naruto said, and closed them. Slowly opening them for dramatic effect, they were blood red with 3 tomos in each eye. Naruto's eyes were a fully matured Sharingan. Holy shit, Iruka yelled. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head. That's why you transformed into Madara during the exam, Iruka said, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow. Of course, sensei, I have a legacy to keep. After all, Madara was my grandfather, Naruto said. Iruka's jaw dropped hearing this. Naruto was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. Naruto, you really are the #1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha, he said, and both Naruto and the Hokage laughed. Naruto, if you have a fully matured Sharingan, how could you be the dead last up until now? Iruka asked. Deception is a ninja greatest tool. I listened to some of your lectures, he said, smirking, to which Iruka just dumbly nodded. All is well when ends well. Naruto, I agree with your request. Be at the academy next week for team placement. See you tomorrow. The Hokage said. Naruto, Hinata, how about I take to ramen as a thank you? Iruka asked, and of course Naruto agreed, jumping the air. The Hokage just shook his head seeing all three of them leaving his office. He sighed and picked up the pencil. The Hokage yelled, seeing paperwork pop up out of nowhere. Naruto, hearing the Hokage yell, thought maybe I should tell him one of these days. Videos for you now. Let's begin. Komutage, Kathmandu, Nepal, March 30, 2005. 1300 H local. A short walk to the main training grounds. The Ancient One saw it was full of elders, masters, and apprentices. Mordo walked forward and lined up with the other masters. The Ancient One can't help but smile at the sight of all the sorcerers and sorceresses gathered. She still can't believe that sometimes that the order grew from 50 from her time to 1,500 now. Although she used the power of the enemy to unnaturally extend her life, she can't deny that seeing this now almost made everything worth it. She walked towards the observation stage high up on the side of a building. Everyone is waiting for her announcement. Curious and excited at the same time. Through all the years the Ancient One had been leading the order, a gathering of this size had never happened. The Ancient One looked to one of the masters standing at the top of the wall and gave him a nod. The master called his hand together and spread it wide, extending his arms to the side. A bright circular orange spell array enlarges from where his hands met and grew exponentially. Similar occurrence arrays are growing around the perimeter of the wall. When the arrays meet, sparks are formed until the two merged. This continued to occur until the whole training ground has been covered. The vast array acts as a barrier, ensuring that nothing she said would come out. Happy with the barrier, the Ancient One started her announcement. Elders, masters, apprentices. I have ordered this gathering to announce the new track the order would take. This announcement drew a variety of reactions from the crowd, especially from the elders. The order is formed as the first and last defense against the mystic and the supernatural. We made sure that the world we lived in remains safe. This garnered agreement from everyone. We have done this mission flawlessly. The world still stands as a whole, doesn't it? Laughter and giggling spread through the crowd. She then lifted the eye in the air to show everyone. Our first Sorcerer Supreme created this artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. Reading its history in our library, you would know that the eye used a more powerful object as its heart, the Time Stone. She opened the iris of the eye, showing the green glow the stone emits. A solid manifestation of one of the aspects of the universe. This gives the user the capability of manipulating time. The Ancient One revealed. She knew disclosing this information would cause problems in the future, but she argued that this would make her plan more accepted. I only used most of the powers of the stone in the direst of circumstances except for the one I use every day at noon. The ability to see the future. Murmurs spread throughout the audience. I religiously look into the future, seeing my end every time. Until the session, I had this noon. I didn't see my death in the near future, not like the others. For the first time, I saw the future beyond it. I saw the end of more than half of the life in the universe. Shock and fear can be seen throughout. The power of something that can wipe out half of all life is a frightening thought. But we are here, and we have the power to stop it or undo it. Whatever we might need to do. This lifted the spirits of everyone. What I want is for the order to grow in numbers and skill. We have to have as much power as we can have before it happens, and after it, if we fail to stop it. One particular elder raised his hand to ask the question in everyone's mind. When the Ancient One acknowledges the elder, he stood up and asked, "How much time do we have?" The answer chilled their body to the core, an almost unreasonable time frame. 13 years. An apprentice typically only becomes a master after 20 years of studying and training. Only a few can do it in less than 15 years, an example of which is Mordo, who did it in 9 years. The more worrying task is the recruitment to bolster their numbers. Komutage only typically gets 10 to 50 applications a year. To recruit more and make them combat ready in 13 years would require dedication from everyone. I know you all feel the weight of our daunting task, but have no fear. We have no other recourse, but forward or death would befall the universe. Las Vegas, Nevada, March 30, 2005. 2030. Local Naruto is sitting on a bench by the side of the road, just watching and observing the world around him. The people and the environment still a shock to him, but he got to admit that he is adjusting just fine. He guessed that this hobby needs to be developed since being mortal means a lot of waiting around. The first reports of the clones around the world are coming in since 3 hours ago. The Baijuas are busy organizing the information in his head to make sure his brain doesn't overload. Naruto could see the cities he sent his clones to and felt the connection to his Hirashin tags. "What's next, kid?" Kurama suddenly asked, startling Naruto from his crowd watching. "Traveling first. I want to see what we are dealing with. Japan seems a perfect place to start. It looks like it has a lot of similarities with our world." Naruto answered. "Yeah, it seems like it," Kurama said. "You notice the tail, right?" "Of course. They're really sloppy. Can't even seem to hide their presence," Naruto said. SHIELD has sent 2 recon packages to Stark and Naruto to make sure nothing can get past them. A rapid response team was also added on standby after the Bianchi fiasco. The group following Naruto had broken off after he left the hotel. When they saw him leave the room without any luggage, they just assumed he was going out to buy some ramen, again. What they don't know is that everything he has, including his bag of $100 mil cash, is already stored in his seal in the bathroom, the only place without a CCTV on the penthouse floor. Naruto already made the surveillance team the moment they came, not because of their hostile intent, but the feeling of being watched tipped him. Naruto unsealed a folded world map in his pocket with many signs and marks on it. Looking over it intently, he finally made his decision. Naruto stood up and walked over to the alley behind him, still with agents following him. Agent Richard Rogers is one of the agents leading the recon team. They have been disgruntled when they were tasked to follow a playboy billionaire and some kid. Their team is one of the best in the US, so they have no idea why they were assigned to this op. His team is following one of their targets, Naruto Uzumaki. They have lost him once during their 2-day stay, and it was during the Bianchi fiasco. Their bosses gave them some dressing down, but overall it could have been worse. They saw him pull out a piece of paper from his pocket, but they can't see what it is. He stood up a moment later before walking down the alley behind him, which is weird but totally normal behavior for him. A tail is already following him some distance away, and a drone from above ensures he isn't lost. A gust of wind suddenly blew across, momentarily covering the camera with a piece of newspaper. When the paper finally dislodged, the target is gone. Frantic on the prospect of losing him again, Rogers immediately lunged to the radio on the dashboard. "This is Oculus Main, come in, Oculus 1, confirming visual on Whiskers," Rogers said to the radio, using their handles. "Negative, Oculus 1 through 5 already searching." The voice on the other end finally said, "Acknowledge. Continue search." "Over," Rogers ordered. After 30 minutes, another transmission from the radio came in. "This is Oculus 1. Target lost. Orders. Return to stage 1. Over," Rogers said before finally setting down the radio. He slumped on the steering wheel, thinking about the lashing he would get again for losing the target. Again, best in the US, my ass. He took his phone and texted a message to his boss. "Target lost. Request backup. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada, March 30, 2005, 2100H local. Well, it looks like already left," Tony said to Pepper. Tony and Pepper went to dinner in one of the hotel restaurants, and they drank 4 bottles of wine between them. Naruto stayed behind to finish up his picking, but it looks like he left already. Happy, on the other hand, said he would be doing something so he won't be able to join them. It looks like he got himself a date. That's a relief. I can finally relax a little, Pepper said with a sigh. Hey. He's not that bad, Tony defended Naruto. Pepper only gave him a disapproving look. Okay. Maybe he is. But he's fun to be around. Fun for you, maybe, but trouble for me. I still can't believe you two took down the mob. We're just awesome that way, Tony said with a grin. Pepper only gave him another one of those looks. Tony recentered himself. You should have seen him. He took down 8 guys faster than a coin to drop. I barely saw him move. He placated her. Thinking about the Falcon takedown. That may be, but you barely have any experience in combat, only theoretical and controlled environment. You shouldn't even be there, Pepper countered. There was a lull in the conversation. Both are thinking about what they just said. The silence allowed their minds to wander off, naturally drawing to the idea implanted by Naruto. Pepper is looking subtly at Tony when she saw his mouth starting to move, trying to find a start for the conversation. Quickly deducing where the next talk is going, she promptly cut it off. It's not going to work, Pepper said. What's not going to work? Tony dumbly asked, but already kicking himself for continuing his train of thought. You know. Don't deny it, Pepper chastised him. Tony took a deep breath and asked, why? 'Cause I can't handle a relationship with someone who I don't know would stay with me through everything. I can be that guy, Tony said quietly, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Pepper collected her thoughts before answering. Not from what I saw. You never had a long-term relationship, and most of them are one-night stands. I don't want to be just another notch on your post. For God's sake, you introduce yourself as a billionaire, playboy, genius, philanthropist. Tony stayed silent, agreeing with most of what she said, but he is not deterred. I never really thought about an idea of us together before Naruto arrived, but after he placed that idea in my head, it's the only thing running in my head. Tony stared intently on Pepper's eyes. It's the first time I imagined myself being with someone. Growing old. Having a family. Pepper remained silent throughout his speech. I want you to give me a chance to prove I can be better. I want you to give us a chance. Tony looked down and closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable no. Pepper has a tear running down her left eye. Her resolve to say no is breaking down. Tony's scenario is the same as her own. 6 months. Pepper finally said. Tony looked up with a quizzical look, not understanding Pepper's answer. You have 6 months to prove you can have a long-term relationship. Pepper explained. With that said, she stood up and marched quickly to her room. Tony is still looking dumbfounded at the development. But a smile is slowly forming on his face as he absorbed what Pepper said. He stood up and walked over to the bar to have a victory drink before thinking twice, remembering what Pepper said. He seriously needs to cut down on his drinking. Tony was walking towards his room when he heard an angry shout. I'm going to fucking kill him. Tony sprinted towards Pepper's room, thinking something horrible happened. When he reached the open door of Pepper's bedroom, he flopped down and laughed hard. He can see Pepper standing in the center of the room with pepper of various varieties and sizes everywhere, including the ceiling. Pepper walked out of the room, slamming it shut. She gave Tony an angry glare. 6 months, she bit out. This immediately shuts him up. New York City, New York, March 31, 2005. 0900H local. Natasha sat frozen on her seat in a cafe. She had dragged both Barton and Coulson to have a better breakfast than just take-out coffee. They were about to finish eating when Fury called her. She answered immediately, but before she could say anything, Fury said the words that left her frozen. Naruto is the alien. Barton is immediately concerned and tried to call Natasha's attention to no avail. He then stood up and shook her. Natasha shook her head and gave Barton a nod of appreciation. Romanov. Are you still there? She heard Fury from the other end of the line. Yes, boss. Just a little taken aback. Wait for a second, boss. We're outside. Natasha answered. She signed to Barton and Coulson that they need to get back to the office. Who are you with? Clint and Phil. She said. Good, I want you to put me on speaker when you get in. Fury ordered. They walked briskly to the car while still making sure no one is tailing them, Coulson on the driver's side, Barton in the passenger side, and Natasha in the back. She connected her phone into the speaker and said, You're on speaker, boss. Good. I just got out of the meeting with the president. He assigned S.H.I.E.L.D. to find a person who is a threat to national security. He suddenly appeared on a crash site in the middle of the Mojave Desert at 8:45. Fury said. Near Vegas. Natasha asked. Yes. Fury confirmed. He sent a clone to LA while the main body ran towards Vegas. The photo on file is a match to Naruto Uzumaki. The two finally understood Natasha's reaction. She already found their alien and had close contact with him. The worst part is, they let him get close to Tony Stark. Fury can be heard typing something in his phone before saying, I want you and Barton to go to Berlin. Sir, why Berlin? Isn't Naruto last spotted in Vegas? We even have a tail on him. Barton asked for clarification. We don't have a tail on him anymore. The recon team lost him last night. He just suddenly vanished when he walked down an alley. Even the drone lost sight on him when its view was temporarily blocked. But why Berlin, sir? Natasha asked again. His credit card was pinged in a McDonald's in Berlin an hour ago. A street cam confirmed his location. Got it, sir. We'll go right now. Natasha said. I'm sending you the access code for his electronic file. It updates every time his identity or card is used. Our system is also continuously scanning for all remote access CCTV we can get. The president wants him found. We have been authorized to use any resource we need. Fury informed them before hanging up. I'll handle everything here, including the Stark situation. Coulson said helpfully. Thanks, Phil. Natasha said before they all disembarked the car. They already arrived at the New York field office. Coulson walked off, trying to get ahead of his job, leaving Barton and Natasha who are walking slowly. What are you thinking? Barton asked when he saw the scrunched-up look on her face. There's nothing that indicated that he was an alien when I met him. I should have thought of it when I got footage of his fight. Natasha said. Don't be too hard on yourself. The event happened in New York. Who would have thought his first stop is Vegas to gamble? Natasha looked at her phone and opened Naruto's file. She was shocked again on what she saw. What now? Barton asked, already anticipating another headache. He's not in Berlin anymore. According to this, he's in Moscow. Barton walked over to the nearest wall and banged his head hard while Natasha just watched. Satisfied with venting out his frustration, he walked back to Natasha. He's gonna be worse than you. He finally said, remembering the time he tracked down Natasha. I'm still better. We're gonna find him in a week. She confidently said. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. January 26, 2007, 1000H local. I'm better, she said. We'll find him in a week, she said. Barton said out loud while sitting on his desk, sorting out files. How many times would I need to say I'm sorry? Natasha shouted, her face showing visible signs of stress only covered by light makeup. The duo had been following around Naruto for almost 2 years. At first, every time he showed up, they would check it out personally. But they quickly realize how futile it is. He can be in Rio in 1 minute, the show up in Seoul the next. After 3 months of cat and mouse, they finally gave up. His cloning and teleportation ability must have a high limit, if not limitless. His clones must have the ability to disintegrate too, since there's no trace of his clones anywhere. It's like they just vanish in a puff of smoke. Sorry, Nat. I just seriously hate this guy right now. For God's sake, he's making us look bad, and it's not like he's really hiding. He knows who we are. He's taunting us, that piece of shit. Barton exclaimed. His frustration is getting the best of him. He sent another package, didn't he? Natasha asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, he sent another fucking package. Barton confirmed. What did it say, and what does he want? Some Iranian general is going to Budapest to buy some plutonium. He'll send the details if we leave him a cargo container of groceries, more than half of which are ramen, on the port of New York by tomorrow night. The good kind, he says. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. Natasha said her observation with a small smile. She can admit to herself that the situation they are in is hilarious. He's making us do his groceries. Us. He's making Shield do his groceries. We can't even track him with anything. 6 months after Naruto's disappearance, chatter about an information broker. Law enforcement, military, and spy agencies around the world are receiving packages with incomplete information and a price. The one similarity that stood out between all of them is that they are signed as Nine Tails using the native language. No one initially took it seriously until a relatively wealthy businessman was kidnapped, and his family is forced to pay a ransom well above their means. The Lapped, rapidly losing time, received a package. The chief of police opened it. Inside is information about the case not shown to the media, the first name of the suspect, and the price, a king-size bed to be left in front of the H of the Hollywood sign before 6 p.m. The chief informed the family about the possible information and its cost, explicitly saying that it has no guarantee. They immediately took the deal as time is running out. They bought a premium $7,500 bed with pillows, and a police van brought it to the agreed-upon spot. SWAT was left to see who will take it, but to their surprise, it just suddenly vanished. Even the bugs and trackers were left behind. At precisely 6 p.m., another package was received. Still, this time, it contains the information of the kidnappers, their location, blueprints, and a video was seemingly taken outside and inside the building. Checking out the information was easy enough and they confirmed that everything seems authentic. Lapped immediately did a rescue operation, and it was a success. News about the authenticity of the information broker spread throughout the world like wildfire. Fury immediately sent a team to find the information broker to no avail. He was about to assign it to a secondary priority status until he received a package from the broker, placed on his table. The possibility of the broker to have enough reach to put a box on his table already sets him on edge. The information inside outlined the presence of a terrorist cell that uses possible alien tech, the price for further details, a decommissioned Quinjet to be left in a hangar in Reagan Airport. Fury accepted the deal and left a fully functional Quinjet, not a decommissioned one, in the hangar but not before leaving a bunch of trackers and cameras in the jet and the hangar. In case all of this doesn't work, the functional Quinjet can be tracked down remotely. He was confident he could find out who the broker is until he saw the jet fade in front of the camera, leaving behind everything that he added, including the built-in tracker. That's when it suddenly clicked. They can't find the broker since he might be the person they can't find already. Naruto probably built an information network and selling it himself. This was only confirmed by the whisker drawings in the package he received after the payment. 2 months after that event, a different type of package arrived at the office of the Field Marshal of the United Kingdom. It still has its information and a price, but the purpose is wholly different. It states that after the payment, he would do the mission himself, something like a mercenary. The field marshal checked the information and figured out why the broker offered to do the task himself. An English journalist is captured by the Taliban and taken to a fortified hideout. The mission would likely cause high casualty before even retrieving her. That's why he decided to accept the deal but still sending SAS units near the area. The following day, the SAS units reported that the journalist appeared in the middle of their camp, unbound but with a sack over her head. The bag itself has a face drawn on it with whiskers. Interviewing the journalist yielded no clue to the broker's identity. This incident opened up a new avenue for the broker, not only selling information but also selling his services. Alluring him into a trap to ascertain his identity proved futile since he's the one who chooses which group or person he would offer his services. The only upside is that the people could see is that he only seems to help the good, weak, or vulnerable. The governments, on the other hand, wants him for their own. He is already considered a thorn to all the organized crime groups, terrorists, and some politicians. They pooled their resources to place a bounty on the broker's head, which is currently at $740 million. In retaliation, the broker pranked all of them. To this day, the only persons who are sure that the Nine Tails and Naruto are the same people are Fury, Barton, Coulson, and Romanov. Other organizations are still speculating who it is. You going to accept the deal? Natasha asked after Barton finally calmed down. As much as I don't want to, Fury already green-lighted it. The cargo should be arriving any second now. Barton answered. Did he place trackers on it? Yup, for all the good it's gonna do. Did he say if he's gonna do it? No. Fury's going to send us to wherever the information says. Too high risk to send some other team. Anyway, did they find Banner already? Natasha said, changing the topic to something less stressful. Not yet, but the military is taking point in this one. It's their screw up. Thunderbolt's heading the op. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Natasha commented. He's furious about the broker not sending him anything. He's been spewing that the broker is working against US interest. Barton recalled a meeting Fury took him. The two chatted for a few minutes until Natasha noticed something on Clint's desk. Looks like you got a package. Natasha said, pointing behind Clint. This is one of the infuriating things about Naruto. He can somehow get in and out anywhere. Clint turned around and saw a box. I really hate him. Clint said through gritted teeth. He stood up and opened the box. Inside are various tapes, photographs, and a folder. All must be damning evidence against the general. The folder also includes floor plans of the hotel and approximate hostile numbers. It looks like we're going to Budapest. Barton said before standing up and taking the box with him. Natasha followed close behind him. Malibu, Los Angeles, California, January 26, 2007, 1800 local. Naruto finally decided to cash in on Tony's bet. He's been traveling the world, but he spent most of his time in Kyoto, enjoying the nostalgia the place made him feel. He saw as much as he can see without relying too much on his clones, only using them as a diversion. But travel is not the only thing he did. Naruto finally managed to build up his information network that encompasses the world. He sold his information as planned, but not for cash, only for goods he needs or wants. Naruto made sure that he only helps the people in the right. He really wanted to save everyone, but Jiyuki's argument made him act otherwise. You can't save everyone, and even if you can, you shouldn't. You would be the crutch of the world. You would prevent them from growing. Even God does not help everyone. Jiyuki advised him. Naruto's mercenary work, on the other hand, is due to his boredom and Kurama. He's always been an active person, always wanting to do something. Kurama's solution is to do the hard jobs himself, which helped him relieve a lot of his tension. But the information network and the mercenary work didn't consume most of his time, it was setting up his business. He needed a front to launder his money and a base of operation for each place or country. His great idea is to establish a Japanese-style fast food restaurant with on-site living arrangements for workers. He named it Shokugakure, or Hidden Food Village, an obvious pun for the Hidden Villages system. The spiral symbol of the Uzumakis was used as the logo for his business. He blew through his cash, just to set up the company, and had required for him to steal some money from terrorists and crime groups. It took him a year just to start the business and make it look legit, including establishing identities for the manager of each place. Hiring people has also been a problem since he needs to find someone relatively trustworthy and train them up to acceptable levels. He focused on hiring people who are in the lower class and aimed to help them up. The easiest part, on the other hand, is encouraging costumers to eat there. Aside from the delicious meals comparable to 5-star restaurants while still using relatively cheap ingredients, he used fuinjutsu in everything he can get away with. Fuinjutsu is one of the most versatile stuff he ever learned. It can almost do anything you can imagine, even bending space-time. The only problem is, his business needs to stay under the radar. It means he can't use fuinjutsu to create his own electricity or extract water from the air. But through hard and continuous thinking, he found where he can use it, attracting customers. Most, if not all, of the printed Uzumaki symbol used by his restaurant, is a fuin designed explicitly to attract customers. It implants a minor genjutsu that places a suggestion into everyone's subconscious to eat at Shokugakyo. Since it's embedded in your psyche, any conscious choice to eat somewhere else would still happen, but the choice of eating at Shokugakyo would always be in their minds. It also has multiple security features like implanting the thought of not examining the symbol. The best part is, almost no one can counteract it due to their atrophied chakra network. In the 7 months his restaurant's been operational, he already has acquired a hefty profit from both sides of his business. He's already traveled the world and made his system partially automated due to his clones. It's finally time to learn more stuff from the best. Naruto headed straight to the cliffside house of Tony Stark, forgetting to call ahead first. He jumped over the fence while still subconsciously using his stealth to move around. He walked past the gate and knocked straight at the door. This threw the recently upgraded AI of Tony, Jarvis or just a rather very intelligent system, for a loop. It was added to the house system and the company servers 4 months ago when Tony finally achieved pseudo-AI status with Jarvis. It started as a simple PDA assistant that he named after his family butler that died a few years back. Continuous tinkering and upgrades have made Jarvis more intelligent and sophisticated. Good morning, sir. May I ask who you are, and how did you get past the gates? Jarvis asked while already informing the residents of the guest. Naruto jumped backward and looked around for where the voice came from. Seeing no one around, he figured it might be from a speaker. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of Tony, and I just jumped over the fence to get here. Naruto answered. The fence he is referring to is a 10 feet high wall. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki. I'm Jarvis. An AI built by Mr. Stark. I have already informed the residents of your arrival. Jarvis introduced himself. Naruto had read about those AIs or artificial intelligence and was surprised that Tony already built one. Every book he reads says it's still about 1 or 2 generations away. While thinking about how Tony managed to build an AI, he heard the sound of running from inside the house and muffled shouting that seems like "Get back here." Naruto got down on his fighting stance, preparing for whatever might happen when the door opens. As the steps got closer, Naruto tensed up to prepare an opening attack. When the door opened, he started to attack but immediately held himself back, surprised at what he saw. With his body still in a fighting pose, he dumbfoundedly said, "Hello there, I'm Naruto. What's your name?" Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California, January 26, 2007, 18:30 local. Hello there, I'm Naruto. What's your name? There's a few seconds of awkward silence before it was broken. What are you doing? Tony asked. Introducing myself. Naruto said plainly. Before that, Tony asked again, indicating to the fighting positions Naruto still in. I heard shouting and running. What was I supposed to think? Naruto defended himself. Not attacking just anyone who comes out, Tony said in a deadpan voice. Naruto finally relaxed his posture after this and stared again at Tony's arms. Hi. I'm Naruto. How are you, little lady? Naruto asked with a friendly smile. Again, what are you doing? Tony asked with a weird look in his face. I'm introducing myself. It's polite. Naruto emphasized the last part with a nod. She's like 9 months old. She can barely even talk. How would I know? Naruto said with a pout. Pepper finally showed up behind Tony. When Naruto saw Pepper place her hand on Tony's back, he finally put it all together. His face immediately brightened up with a smile and let 6 feet into the air, which surprised both of them. When he landed, Pepper had the presence of mind to pull him into the house before anyone can see him, but Naruto's mood could not be deterred. I knew it. I knew it. He repeatedly said while jumping around. Tony and Pepper just keep on looking at him, waiting for him to calm down. When did it happen? And she's your baby, right? Come on, don't leave me hanging here. Okay. You guys catch up. I'm going to take Morgan to bed. Pepper took the now named Morgan from Tony's arms and retreated. She's going to wait out the excitement before coming back down. Jarvis, call me the moment they try to leave the house. I don't want another Bianchi incident. Pepper said before retreating. Of course, Miss Potts. Jarvis answered. Tony and Naruto watched Pepper leave before Tony led Naruto to the kitchen. Help yourself with anything, Tony said, pointing to the refrigerator and the cupboards. You have ramen? Naruto asked automatically. Tony sighed and pointed at the rightmost cupboard. He should have guessed that Naruto would eat ramen. Naruto immediately went to the cupboard and prepared himself a cup of ramen using the microwave. When it was done, he promptly unsealed metal chopsticks from his pocket and retrieved the cup. He placed it on the island and sat down. When Tony saw Naruto finally settled down, he finally started the conversation. What have you been up to all this time? Tony asked. Traveling mostly. Been around almost every major city I can get to. Started my own business with the money I won from you guys. This sent a wince in Tony's face, remembering the beatdown he received. Took me a while to set it all up, that's why it took so long to drop by. Naruto finished before slurping another strand of ramen. Good for you. What business did you open? Tony asked, genuinely curious what business an over-energetic, ramen-addicted, force of nature, Naruto would open. I opened a Japanese-style fast food restaurant chain. Naruto said flippantly. That's when a thought ran through Tony's mind. Don't tell me. Japanese-style fast food. Opened in the last 2 years. Why haven't I thought of it? Tony thought rapidly. Stark Industries had been aiming to branch out in the past 2 years. They've been discussing it for a while, and numerous suggestions had been thrown around, but no one seems to agree on where they should head next. Not until a board member suggested to buy out a new up-and-coming fast food chain, Shokugakyo. Everyone was skeptical at first until the same board member brought takeout from the place. They were immediately hooked, and everyone agreed to buy out the company. The only problem is, no one knew who the owner is. The restaurant seemingly appeared out of nowhere with all the supply chain and staff in place. There's no clear command structure since each branch seems to operate on its own, but they are all the same, indicating that one person owns it all. They tried to find the name of the corporate owner through back channels, private detectives, and even government records, but all of it yielded any useful clue. Each place seemed to be registered to the manager with no hard evidence it being a franchise. Tony already pulled the idea due to the lack of progress 2 weeks ago, but it looks like some development might happen today. You're the owner of Shokugakyo? Tony asked. Yup. You heard of it? Tony shook his head in affirmative. Awesome. How'd you manage to do that? It would have cost you several $100 million to start that many branches at once. Tony said his company analyst reports. Same way I did with you. Only on a smaller scale. Naruto lied. I'm going to ask you about that anyway. Do you want to own the corporation partially? Tony was ecstatic about the development but stopped himself. He's still a businessman, even a lazy one. Why do you want to sell it? Tony cautiously asked. I'm not selling it. I'm giving 35% of the profits to you so someone else can handle the day-to-day operations. Naruto said while slurping the leftover soup of his ramen. Tony quickly computed the returns in his mind. 45%, and it's a deal. Tony countered. All right. But I want an increase in your stocks. How is that, by the way? Naruto asked suddenly, remembering what the rest of the money he left went to. You now own 8% of my company. You originally had 3%, but every time you make a profit, 90% of it goes into buying new stocks. The rest is placed into a bank account. I don't know the specifics since Pepper handled most of it. Tony said, remembering about Naruto's portfolio, which is absurd with its growth. It's like his gambling skills, any investments that use Naruto's account rarely lose money. Awesome. That means I can be a board member, right? We can work together. Naruto said excitedly. Not exactly, at least not right away. Tony reluctantly said. Most of your stocks are in different shell companies. You still need to make a transfer to make it wholly yours. Pepper surely won't like the idea of Naruto as a board member. It would create a more chaotic work environment for everyone. That's easy. Naruto said dismissively. Anyway, don't think I forgot about you. So what happened with you and Pepper? Tony sighed, hoping not to get into all that. Don't get him wrong, he's really grateful for Naruto's push, but he's still not into all that mushy stuff. You still need to ask. Tony said with a groan. Of course. I'm fully invested in this. Naruto said as his only argument. He continued to look at Tony with hopeful eyes. Fine. Fine. It's like I'm talking to a kid. Tony finally relented. Flashback start. It's been 4 months since the Vegas fiasco. Tony and Pepper just came back from a stressful board meeting in New York. Apparently, some of their stocks are unaccounted for, only appearing that they are sold but no idea to who. This is a normal phenomenon that can be attributed to sales error, but this has been happening more frequently and in larger stocks. This should have been investigated already, but those money-grabbing assholes decided to join together to veto his motion. This should typically not be possible since he has a controlling interest of the company, but the board can veto him as long as everyone decided no. He really needs to find a way to change that charter. Losing guns is one thing, but losing whole missiles is another. Just sleep over tonight, Peps. It's dark out already. Tony suggested. Pepper sleeping over had been a regular occurrence due to her erratic work schedule, but she hasn't slept over ever since Vegas. It's like she's putting some distance between them. But tonight seems like a bit different, and he has no idea how right he is. All right. Is my room still available? Pepper hesitantly asked. Yeah. Left it as it is. Tony said while hiding a small smile. Pepper walked towards her room, preparing herself for what's to come. She had been keeping a distance to see what Tony would do without her continuously cleaning up his mess, but it looks like her fears are unfounded. Tony didn't spiral into his usual drunk playboy ways but seemed to clean up his act. He hasn't taken home any fluses since their talk, which has garnered attention from tabloids and TMZ. He still goes to parties and events, but he keeps his act clean, drinking just enough to have a buzz and steering clear from all the bimbos. Pepper already knows that she won't be able to hold herself till the 6 months are up. She can finally see a future with Tony, and the thought still frightens her. What would everyone think when they got together? That she's another one of those gold diggers only with him for his money. She thought back to how it all started and felt herself in an impasse. She doesn't know if she should be thankful or angry at Naruto. Without him in the picture, they wouldn't be in this situation. It's already 2 a.m., but she needs to do this now, or she won't be able to gather enough courage to do it again. Pepper changed into a more comfortable attire, pajama shorts, string top shirt, and fluffy flip-flops. Pepper took another deep breath and walked towards the door, intent of having a talk with Tony. What she didn't expect was Tony standing on the other side of the door about to knock. What happened next is what they both consider stupid and right at the same time. Tony kissed Pepper on the lips, seemingly not in control of his actions. When he finally realized what he was doing, he started to pull back, but Pepper had other plans. She looped her arms around Tony and kissed him back. She then pulled Tony inside of her room. Flashback end. Well, you took a long time. I thought you would be together the moment I left. Naruto said with a sagely nod. Hey. It's not my fault. Tony defended himself. Moving past that. Naruto said, clearly not believing Tony, which irked him a lot. Why does no one know about Morgan, and when did she come around? Tony took a page from Naruto's book and scratched his head. Flashback start. Tony and Pepper are in a sanitized room in the Stark mansion. All the medical equipment and medicine required before, during, and after the operation. Only Tony, Pepper, Happy, Rhodey, and a medical group who all signed non-disclosure agreements are in the mansion. James Rhodey Rhodes is a 5'8", solidly built, 38 years old, an African-American man. Tony met him during their time at MIT, and they immediately became best friends. Rhodey joined the U.S. Air Force, where he quickly reached the rank of lieutenant colonel due to his close relationship with Tony and his skill in being a fighter pilot. His recent assignment is being a liaison with Stark Industries and a member of the experimental technology branch. Obadiah wasn't informed since he has an obligation to the company, and him knowing about Tony's relationship with Pepper and the birth of their new child would lead for the whole board of directors knowing. Both of them are still not ready exposing their relationship to the world. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Tony. Pepper's shout was heard even outside of the room. I have a new fighter jet in production. I'll give you 3 if you go in there first. Tony said to Rhodey, scared for his well-being. No way, man. I don't want to die for your mess. Rhodey said immediately while walking backward. Tony faced Happy hoping to bribe him to do the same thing, but Happy cut him off before he could speak. It will only get worse the more time you spend out here and not in there. Realizing that Happy's right, he immediately rushed into the room and sat beside Pepper. What took you so long? Pepper asked between contractions. Rhodey came by to wish you luck. Tony lied immediately. Pepper clearly did not believe him, but another contraction cut her thoughts off. This is all your fault. Pepper shouted again while trying to break Tony's hand. We only have unprotected sex once. Once. She said again, referring to the first time they got together. In a rare moment of self-control, Tony shut his mouth before he could retort to what Pepper said. The medical staff attending to Pepper remained professional throughout the ordeal, but some small bouts of giggles could be heard from time to time. Pepper's labor continued before exactly at 7:43 a.m., the 22nd of May, 2006, their baby girl was born. The nurse cleaned up their baby and placed her on Pepper's arms. She's so beautiful, Pepper said with a smile and tears streaming down her eyes. Hello. I'm your dad, Tony said to their baby. The only difference his face was to Pepper is that he isn't drenched in sweat. What should we name her? Pepper asked. Morgan, Tony answered. Morgan. I like it, but why Morgan? I had a dream about your Uncle Morgan holding a baby. I don't know. It seems like a sign to me. Pepper was cleaned up a little bit before Tony called Rhodey and Happy in. As soon as they got in, they saw Pepper sitting on the bed with a baby in her arms and Tony sitting beside her. I want you to both meet Morgan Stark. Flashback end. As for why nothing is on the news, I just had her record sealed until I want it to be public. Perks of being rich and powerful, Tony informed Naruto with a smug smile. When are you planning to make it public? Naruto asked. Maybe when she's a year old, but I'm aiming for at most 2 years old, Tony answered. So, where am I sleeping? Naruto asked without missing a beat. Up the stairs, the 3rd room at the right of the left hallway. It has its own bathroom and mini kitchen. Thanks. Naruto stood up. I don't know about you, but I'm beat. Let's finish the business end of stuff tomorrow. Tony nodded and stood up too. They walked toward the stairs and separated with a nod. When Tony got inside the room, he saw Pepper on the bed playing with Morgan. Pepper heard Tony got in the room and asked, "How is he?" "He's doing fine," Tony said while changing into his sleeping attire. "He's actually doing more than fine. Did you know he's the owner of Shokugakure you've been looking for?" Pepper immediately slumped and placed her face in her hands. How can he be a problem even if he's nowhere close? He's the one I've been looking for a year and a half. Think of it this way. You finally found him, Tony said with a teasing grin. I'm sure now. I hate him, Pepper finally said without any seriousness. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California, January 27, 2007. 1600H local. So, that's it? Naruto asked after signing the contract. He took Morgan from Pepper's arm and proceeded to make weird faces to make her laugh. Yup, I have 2 days to find someone to manage the whole thing, Tony said while checking over the papers and handing it over to his Pepper to have a read through. Is this thing right? Pepper asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Which part? Naruto asked for clarification, his attention divided between her and playing with Morgan. Most of it, Pepper said, still rifling through the contract. She took the company information page and placed it on the table. Like here. It says that you have 2,513 branches already with another 57 on the way. I don't really know the numbers, but that seems about right. Naruto answered, now playing with Morgan using a unicorn puppet. Tony and Pepper never saw him pull it out, but they just let it slide. If they question everything they saw Naruto do, they'll rapidly go insane. And it says here you have a branch in Pyongyang. How the heck did you manage that? Pepper corrected herself since they have a no cursing policy in front of Morgan. There's this guy with glasses that really loved my recipe. He tried to force it out of me, but he eventually gave up and agreed to place a branch there. I think his name is Kimjo's something. I just can't seem to remember. Naruto answered again, but now with Morgan wearing a pink fairy princess outfit. Tony and Pepper are gobsmacked that Naruto possibly served food to the North Korean leader, probably got tortured for it, and still got what he wanted. Pepper is now afraid to remove her sight on Naruto and Morgan due to the genuine possibility of another toy or dress Naruto would pull out of nowhere and give to Morgan. You still want to be in control of hiring of branch managers and them in control of hiring employees. 'Cause that's still a lot of work. Tony asked Naruto to keep his girlfriend's sanity in place. Yup, is Naruto's only answer. Control of hiring of branch manager means that he can still place his clones to that position, keeping each branch a safe house of his. Naruto stiffened so suddenly that even Tony and Pepper saw it. He immediately placed Morgan on Pepper's arms and said, I gotta go. I'll see you guys in 2 or 3 days. Naruto ran out of the dining room but peeked again before leaving. Have fun with that, he said, pointing to the pile of toys near his sit. The two then heard the front door slam shut. Pepper stood up and faced Tony and said, You clean that up since you brought him here. I'm going to change Morgan. Pepper exited the room with Morgan, but before she could get up the stairs, she saw Rhodey walking inside the house. Hi, Morgan. Nice dress. Rhodey greeted Morgan first before facing Pepper. Hey, Pepper. You see where Tony is? He's in the dining room. Help him first before doing anything else. Pepper ordered before walking up the stairs. Rhodey just shrugged at Pepper's mood and walked towards the dining room. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the pile of toys. What the hell happened here? Rhodey asked. Naruto decided to sell a piece of his company to me. Tony answered plainly without further elaborating. So, Naruto finally decided to show up. Yup. So what do you need? Tony asked while picking up toys. Rhodey decided to help him out before answering. You got anything that could knock out a herd of elephants from a distance? Rhodey asked, remembering the specifications the army gave him to ask. I might have some sonic cannons in production. Budapest, Hungary, January 28, 2007, 0130H local Nat. Come in. Spartan shouted through his comms. His team of 5 is being peppered by gunfire from almost all directions. 2 of them are already injured enough to keep them from fighting. Clint had already exhausted his shafts and arrowheads. He's currently using an AK-47 from a guy he killed earlier. They're exhausted and stressed out. They have been trapped for a while, and long-range communication looks to be jammed. Their only hope is that home base notices their lack of communication. The worst part of all, Natasha has been incommunicado almost from the time she split up at the start of the mission. How the hell did it go all FUBAR? Clint asked himself while returning fire. Flashback start. Boss really wants this to go smoothly, doesn't he? Natasha said. Yup, apparently weapons of mass destruction falling to an unhinged general's hand is a bad thing. Who knew? Clint answered sarcastically. The moment the package from the not-so-mysterious broker appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. detailing an Iranian general buying plutonium, Fury already made up his mind on buying the information. Contrary to popular belief, the WMD the plutonium is going to be used for is not for a conventional nuclear bomb that just goes boom. It's for a weapon that aims to spread nuclear material over a large area. An extreme form of raised earth tactic, it will immediately make an area inhabitable for at least 100 years. When they got the details of the exchange, Fury took no chance and sent an overkill 10-man team, which includes Hawkeye and the Black Widow. The team would take a jet to Hungary, and a group of 6 would disembark. 4 would be left in the plane for backup, and this includes the pilot. As soon as they arrived in Budapest, they surveyed the area and created a plan of attack. Clint would be Overwatch, scanning the area for hostiles and unexpected occurrences. Natasha would be the infiltrator, getting as close as possible without alerting the buyer and seller. The rest of the ground troops would be on standby some distance away. There's no time to create cover identities, and besides, it would be no use. The transaction would happen beneath a bridge by the east side of the river at midnight. They would probably remove any bystanders to keep any witnesses to a minimum. Everybody is in position by 10 p.m. The ground team is 50 meters away inside an inconspicuous van parked near the bridge. Nat went above the railings underneath the bridge and went dark to minimize complications. Clint positioned himself at a building 200 m away with a view of the north side of the bridge. By 11:30, 2 SUVs came and with 4 armed men each. They moved away all the vagrants in the area. They went on high alert in preparation for what's to come. At the stroke of midnight, 6 more cars arrived, 3 from each side of the bridge. 6 guards came down from each side and created a perimeter. All of them are armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. The guards sure mean business. Clint already identified the general, but he still can't see the seller. He needs him to move forward a bit or needs to go to a lower floor. Deciding that going down was his best bet, he collected his items and prepared to move. But before he could leave, he saw a semi-truck rush down the street perpendicular to the bridge heading straight towards the van with the rest of his team. He rapidly prepared an arrow shot with an explosive tip and aimed it to the truck. But before he could launch it, bullets hitting his general area forced him to take cover. "We're compromised. Bug out. Charlie team, hostile on your way," Clint shouted to his comms. He saw the van drove away but not before getting targeted by .50 caliber machine guns mounted to the side of the truck. Clint decided that he would be no help to his teammates if he didn't take out the hostiles aiming at him. He peeked over the ledge and saw 4 guys across the river, firing at him. That's particularly impressive since it's almost 700 m away from him. He returned fire using his explosive-tipped arrow. Clint saw that he effectively eliminated the enemy and decided to help the ground team who is still getting targeted by the truck. He fired multiple arrow types, including incendiary, explosive, and EMP, but nothing seems to be working. Even diamond-tipped arrowheads didn't penetrate the tires. Get to extract point Alpha. I'll find a way to get there myself. Clint ordered the ground crew, hoping they will lose the truck along the way. He took one last look at the meetup site and saw everybody was gone. Natasha must have improvised or compromised for her not to radio in. The latter of which is the worst case possible. Clint rappelled down the side street using a rappel line arrow tip. On the alleyway, he quickly rode the Kawasaki KLX 450R he placed for an emergency. He rode hard and fast towards the extract point while only using the side roads and alleyways to minimize possible contact. When Clint got to an industrial park at the outskirt of the city serving as their extract point, he saw the truck pinning his man down inside the warehouse. He also saw two teams trying to get around the warehouse and flank them. He quickly formulated a plan in his mind and determined that he needs to take out the truck if they want to have any chance of surviving the encounter. He slapped the rest of his explosive and incendiary tips to his bike and revved it hard towards the container at the back of the truck. The result was simply amazing. The truck went out in a massive blaze, killing everyone inside. Clint runs towards his team while shooting at the flanking teams. He was about to kill the last member of the left flanking team when he reached out to his quiver and felt no more shafts. He hanged his bow around his body and slid toward the nearest gun and quickly fired at the enemy. "How are you guys?" Clint asked his team when he finally reached them. "Not looking good, sir. Robertson and DeKyle are out, sir. We've called for the bird, but we can't seem to get through." A member of his team, Murtaugh, reported while the other, Esposito, triages the down members. Barton was formulating an evacuation plan when 4 more vans came. Multiple hostiles dismounted from each of them, making the situation dire. "Fuck. We can't leave now," Clint said to himself. He faced his teammates and said, "We need to make a stand here." Hopefully, the bird would come and check out the situation when they don't receive further contact. Flashback end shit. When would these motherfuckers run out of men? Clint exclaimed while reloading. He saw Esposito clipped at his shoulder by a bullet, causing him to fall down. Murtaugh tried to help him up, but a shot got through the barrier and hit him near his kidney. Clint effectively became the last man standing when suddenly the gunfire stopped. He took a peek and saw a Harley drive down in front of the vans. Riding on top of it is a long-haired, masked man. The most significant characteristic of his is what looks like a left arm made up entirely of metal with a red star near the shoulder. Clint immediately knew who this was. Natasha had been warning him about this boogeyman for quite some time. The Winter Soldier. The assassin who would not stop, and it looks like they're his next target. He immediately took a shot straight to the Winter Soldier's face, but his metal arm quickly stopped it. Before he could fire another shot, the Winter Soldier took a grenade launcher and fired it at his direction. Budapest, Hungary, January 28, 2007, 0100H. Local. Natasha woke up slowly, her vision still blurry. She shook her head to get rid of some of the cobwebs in her mind. She tried to move, but that immediately proved futile. Her hands, legs, and torso are all bound with leather straps and duct tape. Looking around, she saw that she is in an underground cell. Everything is made of cement except for the heavy-looking red door. She tried to find a way to get out of her predicament, but it looks like Faith had other plans. The door opened, revealing 8 armed guards who immediately surrounded her while keeping 2 m of distance away from her. It looks like her captors have some brains. When all the guards are positioned, an old balding Caucasian man with glasses walked in. A guard placed a chair a meter away from her in which the man sat down. "I'm sorry for the restraints, Miss Romanov. But I'm sure you understand," the man said with a gentlemanly tone. Natasha remained silent. "How rude of me. I'm Octavian Bloom." Still seeing no visible reaction from the Black Widow, he continued. "The organization I represent was forced to ask you some questions since you might be able to shed some light on a mystery we found ourselves in." Natasha is piecing together the clues the man is showing. The group he's with must be rich and powerful to be able to kill the original seller of the plutonium and impersonate him in front of the general, all just to ambush them. There might also be a leak inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and a high clearance one at that, since the source of information came from Naruto. The chance of this group working with or buying information from Naruto is practically zero since there is no indication of him working with illegal or terrorist groups. You see, we are a little envious of some good fortune that fell on your hands," Bloom said with a shake of his head. "We heard you are being given high-quality information for virtually nothing. This Ninetales is growing to be a big thorn on our side, and I have it on good authority that you might have an idea who it is." That sealed the deal for Natasha. These guys are looking for Naruto, hoping to get rid of him. Bloom signaled a guard to do something. The guard walked out and promptly returned, carrying a tablet and giving it to Bloom. He then scrolled with the tablet a bit before showing it to Natasha. She saw Clint and his team pinned down. "I can make sure they leave out of there alive and return to your precious shield." Natasha remained quiet. "Who would you choose? A man you almost know nothing about, or your friend and partner?" Seeing that further incentives are required, Bloom scrolled at the tablet again and showed it to Natasha, and for the first time, a reaction was observed on her. "Oh, you remembered him, didn't you? The culmination of everything we have, the Winter Soldier. Quite an effective killer he is. What do you think would happen if he targeted Agent Barton?" Against everything she wanted to do, Natasha still kept her mouth shut. Death would come sooner or later for them all, and she accepted that fact for a long time. She would jeopardize one of the largest assets the world ever had against all that goes bump in the night for the chance for all them to live. "I see." Bloom removed his glasses and wiped it before placing it back again. "It's such a shame I can't change your mind." He retrieved a capped 5cc syringe from his pocket and showed it to her. "This is another one of our innovations. The best truth serum ever produced. Only 1cc is needed to have someone to tell their darkest, deepest secret." Bloom saw Natasha's stare on the syringe. "You noticed it, didn't you? I have 5cc here to make sure you would talk since you have some resistance against drugs. Too bad you would die within 10 minutes, but what can you do?" Bloom removed the cap of the syringe and stabbed it in Natasha's thigh. Natasha took a deep breath and prepared herself to butte her tongue off the moment the plunger is pressed. But before Bloom can push the plunger down, an explosion reverberated through the room. What was that? Bloom stood up and stared at the door. "You and you. Check out what's happening." The 2 guards near the entrance unlocked their guns, and exited the room. Distant gunfire and screams could be heard at the other side of the door. This startled Bloom and shouted to his guards, "Lock the door. Prepare yourselves." Bloom leaned his back on the far side of the room while the remaining 6 guards all aimed towards the door. "The screams are close now. Pounding on the door and pleas for them to open it can be heard." The guards tensed up and prepared to fire. Natasha felt fear towards whatever causes that kind of screams. It must be truly horrific to be on the other side of the door. As fast as the chaos started, the screaming suddenly stopped. Everyone in the room could see blood rolling under the door. The guards stepped behind Natasha to create distance from the door, but this proved to be the wrong move. The earth between Natasha and the guards are suddenly pierced with what looks like black threads. The threads pierced the torso of all the guards and ripped them apart in a shower of blood. Natasha didn't see what happened, but based on the blood and entrails around the room, it must be a brutal kill. Bloom, on the other hand, saw everything and understandably puke, and shat all at the same time due to fear and the brutality of the kill. The door slowly creaked open, which should be impossible since it was locked from the inside, revealing body pieces on the floor. A man walked towards their view, and for the first time, they saw who is massacring everyone. He wore a black sleeveless top, pants, arm sleeves, and sandals. On top of all that are metallic flak jacket, braces, and shin guards. The man hid his identity using a white mask with a picture of a fox. The man looked around before staring at Natasha and walked towards her. He leaned down and moved his face in front of her. She waited for her to be ripped apart just like all the others, but what she heard next made her completely relax. "Hey, Nat. It looks like you're in a bind," the man said to her. Natasha recognized that voice. Racing through her memories, she finally found a match around 2 years ago. Steeling herself, she asked quietly, "Naruto?" Budapest, Hungary, January 28, 2007, 0145H. Local Naruto. Or Naruto exclaimed under his mask. "You still remember me? That's so sweet." A wide smile could be heard through his voice. Natasha's eyebrow twitched at Naruto's nonchalance. If she disregarded the blood and gore around her, you could forgive her imagining for them just coincidentally just meeting in a cafe somewhere. She was going to bombard him with her questions, but before she could start, Naruto moved back and stared at the syringe still in her thigh. "Well, that does not look good. Do you mind if I borrow that for a while?" Naruto asked before suddenly removing the syringe. Natasha glared at Naruto for not even waiting for her confirmation. "What? You know you'll say yes anyway." Naruto defended himself before looking at the man behind her. Natasha saw Naruto retrieved a burlap sack with strange symbols on it. "Wait there for a second. I need to do some business." He then placed it on her head to cover her vision. It amazingly also blocked sound since it suddenly became dead silent. "Get me out of here, Naruto. Get this off me," Natasha shouted. The sack must have only blocked sounds from the outside since Naruto tapped her shoulder in a way that suggests he would be back. She was fuming at Naruto's audacity to place her in this position. "She's the Black Widow for God's sake." Naruto, on the other hand, sauntered towards Bloom. Looking at him. Observing him like he was his prey, which was not far off. Bloom already pushed aside his dignity, evident in him ignoring his soiled pants, in favor of living and reporting back to Hydra High Council. This information must be brought back at all costs. He was about to go on his knees and beg, but before he could do all that, he suddenly fell face down on the floor covered in blood. Blinding pain came from his legs. When he looked at it through his cracked glasses, he was mortified at what he saw. Everything below his crotch is gone and cauterized. War does some fuck up things to a person, Naruto said while playing with the syringe. You become desensitized to violence, to death. You start to devalue human life. Naruto squatted down to bring his face closer to Bloom. Ever so slowly, you feel your sanity erode away. That's why I started to do some of these missions myself. To make sure I can vent out some frustration and retain whatever sanity I have left. You know, like what happened here. Naruto could feel the fear rolling off Bloom. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a bad guy. I should know, I met a whole bunch of them. All hell-bent on ruling the world or be immortal or some other shit. Me. I'm just a flawed man trying to the right thing. So here's what I am going to do. Naruto grabbed Bloom's face and brought it closer to him. Bloom's eyes are now starting to the round black eyes of the mask. He showed the syringe to him and said, I am going to make you choose how you die since obviously, I can't let you get out of here. I can tear you to pieces as I did with your bodyguards, which is painful as hell, or I'll inject you with this. That's when Bloom surrendered to his fate. No matter what happens, he'll die covered in blood and shit. He didn't even try to beg anymore and stared at the syringe. The 5cc serum would kill him in approximately a minute with almost no pain, just his heart giving out. Hopefully, the man won't get too much useful stuff out of him at that minute. With his resolve hardened, he looked at the syringe. Naruto understood the gesture and injected the contents at his neck. Bloom immediately felt his heartbeat skyrocket, and his mind became hazy. He prepared himself to the assault of questions he would surely get, but it seems like he's only interested in the answers to 2 problems. But the questions he heard are the worst ones he could possibly get. What organization do you work for your current task, and who's your highest positioned mole in SHIELD? Naruto asked with specific wording to prevent Bloom from getting anything past him. Bloom tried to fight the urge to answer until the time he would inevitably die. His consciousness is already slipping. Blood is pooling behind his eyes, making everything blurry. His blood pressure is already in critical levels. Any second now he would be in the sweet release of death, but as his sight begins to darken, he heard himself say, Hydra. Pierce. Bloom croaked out. It looks like the serum kept him alive enough to answer. He died with the regret of him spilling the truth about his organization. Naruto heard clearly what Bloom said, and he mentally noted to himself that he needs to look into the World War II organization more. He stared at Bloom's body as threads burst out of his skin to shred it. The police should be focused on the brutality of the massacre instead of the motive. All the blood and bodies would also hopefully compromise any evidence. The Earth Grudge Fear or Jiangu Naruto has is rather unique. Originally, Takegakyo had given him the same Jiangu as Kakuzu, but reading through the Uzumaki library had given him an insane idea. Chakra metal is the most versatile substance there is. Conducting chakra through the metal can cause a variety of reactions depending on the type and movement of the chakra as well as the intent of the user. It can be harder than diamonds in 1 second, then softer than cotton in another. It can be covered in fire and water at the same time. Only the user's skill and creativity is the limit for chakra metal. The idea was, what if the threads of the Jiangu is made from chakra metal? He can instantly create flaming swords out of anywhere in his body if he managed to do it. Naruto took samples of the Jiangu and studied it with the help of the Baijua. they noticed that the threads are somehow made from the cells of the Juubi. Its origin must have come from the Juubi's body parts that Rakudajiji has cleaved away during their fight, and it has landed near Taki. Months of test performed by his clones had yielded him nothing until he accidentally infused the strands with the 9 Baiju's chakras when he was practicing them. The threads turned into some sort of black blood that immediately switched back to threads when the chakra depleted. With that new clue, he finally discovered how to change the threads into chakra metal. Naruto piled up 1,000 tons of chakra metal from the storage seal left by the Uzumakis and surrounded it with the Jiangu threads. He then channeled Baijua chakras through the threads toward the metal. Slowly but surely, the liquefied threads assimilated the metal until it was all gone. The individual threads somehow became microscopic in width and metallic gray in color. What he didn't anticipate is all the threads outside his body can't seem to fit all inside him. That's why he decided to place a storage seal on top of his heart where all the extra threads could be placed when not in use. The improved Jiangu further increased his physical attributes, made him invulnerable to almost any attacks